Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Lake. The last box is labeled Office, Urgent. I slice through the packing tape with a grim satisfaction. Inside, my entire life is arranged in neat, color-coded files, contracts, vendor lists, seating charts for events that won't happen for another 6 months. It's the architecture of my success, the proof that Lakeisha Edwards, Senior Director of Events, has herself together. My new penthouse, however, does not. It's a beautiful, sterile cage of glass and white marble with a view of the city that glitters like a spilled jewelry box. But right now, it's a war zone of cardboard and bubble wrap. The air smells of fresh paint and possibility, and yet, the silence is so absolute I can hear the faint hum of the Sub-Zero fridge. It's the kind of quiet that feels less like peace and more like a void. I catch my reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind me, the chaos of the move. In front, the endless, sparkling expanse of the city. And in the middle, me. My dark brown skin absorbs the low, ambient light, and my eyes, the same warm color as my grandmother's mahogany table, look tired. My hair, a wild cloud of curls that I usually tame into a severe chignon for work, is piled messily on top of my head, held in place by a single pin I must have shoved in there hours ago. I see the woman who just clawed her way to the top floor of the corporate ladder and the penthouse suite to match. She looks professional. She looks polished. She looks utterly, profoundly alone. Happy promotion to me, I murmur, my voice sounding foreign and small in the cavernous space. Screw this. A celebration requires champagne, or at the very least, a bottle of wine that costs more than my last electric bill. I excavate a bottle of Pinot Noir from a box labeled Kitchen, fragile, along with a single long-stemmed glass, no corkscrew. Of course. After 10 minutes of increasingly desperate searching that leaves me sweating through my cashmere sweater, I find it, pop the cork with a triumphant sigh, and pour a glass. I hold it up, the deep red liquid catching the city lights. To PHB, I toast to the empty room. May she be filled with successful event launches and very little dust. The wine is smooth and bold, but it does nothing to fill the hollow ache in my chest. I drain the glass, pour another, and pull out my phone, my thumb hovering over the one person who will understand. Or at least pretend to. Chloe's face pops up, pixelated for a second before snapping into focus. She's grinning, a ridiculous-looking reindeer headband perched on her blonde hair. Well, if it isn't my favorite C-suite climbing badass. Are you christening the new palace with that ridiculously expensive wine I told you not to buy? It was a gift, I lie, taking a large swallow. From a secret admirer. The only secret admirer you have is the IRS, honey. They love your new tax bracket. She leans closer to the screen, her smile softening. How are you, Lake? For real. I'm great. Fantastic. Surrounded by the fruits of my labor. I gesture vaguely at a teetering stack of boxes, with the hand holding my phone, nearly dropping it. Uh-huh. You look like you're about to be eaten alive by Amazon Prime. She takes a sip from a mug that says, ho, ho, ho. So, are we going out to celebrate this weekend? I'll even let you drag me to that stuffy cocktail bar you love, the one where the olives have more pedigree than I do. Can't. The Norwood Hotel's Christmas ball is in 3 weeks. It's my first major event as senior director. I can't screw it up. Chloe lets out a long-suffering groan. Lake? You've been working 60-hour weeks for months. You got the promotion. You got the insane apartment with the doorman, who probably has a master's degree. You need to live a little. When was the last time you even got laid? The wine sours in my stomach. That is not a relevant performance metric. It is for your soul. It's been, 3 years? 4? It's a goddamn drought of biblical proportions. Your vagina is going to file for historic landmark status. A laugh bubbles out of me, sharp and surprised. It is not. You need to take matters into your own hands, she says, wagging a finger. Literally. Do something for you. Something that isn't color-coding a file folder. Buy a new dress. Buy a ridiculously overpriced candle. Buy a vibrator, for God's sake. Just do something that reminds you you're a human woman, not a corporate robot. The call ends a few minutes later, with promises to see each other after the ball, but her words hang in the air, buzzing under my skin. Take matters into your own hands. The second glass of wine is gone, and I'm well into my third. The boxes seem to mock me, a physical manifestation of a life that's all work and no play. I'm warm from the alcohol. My movements loose and a little clumsy as I collapse onto my mattress, which is currently just a slab on the floor, surrounded by disassembled parts of a bed frame. I open my laptop. The sleek silver surface feels cool against my flushed skin. My fingers type luxury lingerie into the search bar before I can second-guess myself. A few clicks later, I'm on a site that's more art gallery than adult store. The models are gorgeous, the photography is tasteful, and everything is ruinously expensive. Then I see it. The Holiday Spice Collection. It comes in a discreet, elegant black box and promises a curated selection of tools. A sleek rose gold wand that looks like a piece of modern sculpture. Silky restraints. A bullet vibrator nestled in satin like a precious jewel. My breath catches. A dangerous, unfamiliar heat pools low in my belly, potent and insistent. It's terrifying. It's exhilarating. Do something for you. Chloe's voice echoes in my head. The wine sings in my veins. My carefully constructed walls, the ones that have kept me safe and celibate for years, are crumbling. Damn it. I click Add to Cart. The checkout page appears. Name, Lakeisha Edwards. Credit card, memorized. Address, my brand new, glorious address. I type it in, my fingers feeling thick and slow. The Sterling, 1400 Bellevue Avenue, penthouse. Is it A or B? I'm B, definitely B. My finger taps the B on the keyboard, but in my wine-soaked haze, I see it register as an A. I frown, delete it, and type again. The cursor blinks. P-H-A. No, that's not right. I try to fix it, my brain feeling like it's wading through mud. My thumb slips on the trackpad. The page jumps. Confirm purchase. My finger hits the button. An email confirmation instantly appears. Thank you for your order, Lakeisha. I stare at it, my vision blurring at the edges. A wave of dizziness washes over me. The laptop slides from my chest as I fall back against the mattress, the world dissolving into a warm, humming darkness. I wake hours later, a dull throb behind my eyes and the bitter taste of stale wine in my mouth. The city is still glittering outside my window, but the sky is the deep, bruised purple of early morning. My phone is lying beside my head, its screen glowing. It's a notification. A single clean line of text that makes the air freeze in my lungs. Your package has been delivered and signed for.
Chapter 2. Baron. And if you bring me another proposal with numbers that flimsy, Carmichael, I'll personally fly to London and use the paper to set your corner office on fire. Are we clear? The silence on the other end of the line is a beautiful thing. It's the sound of fear. The sound of me winning. Crystal, Mr. Norwood. I end the call without another word and drop my phone onto the granite countertop. The sun is just starting to bleed over the horizon, painting the sky in pale shades of orange and pink, but I already feel like I've been through a war. 5 a.m. conference calls with incompetent trust fund jackasses should be outlawed by the Geneva Convention. My suit jacket is already off, slung over the back of a leather chair. I rip at my tie, loosening the silk knot that's been strangling me for the last hour, and head for the bar. The clink of a heavy crystal tumbler and the glug of 18-year-old scotch are the only sounds in the penthouse. I take a long, slow swallow, letting the peaty burn scour the lingering irritation from my throat. Just as the warmth begins to spread through my chest, the intercom buzzes. Mr. Norwood, apologies for the early call, sir. There's a package for you. I press the button. I didn't order anything, Frank. It's addressed to PHA, sir. It's already been signed for by the morning courier. A pause. It's from the Velvet Garden. A slow smirk moves across my face. Kincaid. It has to be. He's been threatening to send me a gag gift since I closed the Sterling acquisition. Fine. Bring it up. A few minutes later, Frank delivers a discreet but obviously expensive black box. It's heavy. Solid. I tip him and carry it into the kitchen, a genuine sense of curiosity cutting through my bad mood. I grab a steak knife from the block and slice through the tape with surgical precision. Inside, nestled in a bed of black tissue paper, is a work of art. I let out a low whistle. It's a vibrator, but calling it that feels like calling a Ferrari a car. It's rose gold, sleek, and looks like it was designed by Apple. I pull it out. It's got a good weight to it. Underneath it, there's more. A small black bullet. A pair of cuffs made from what feels like genuine silk. Someone is planning a very Merry Christmas. It's definitely not a gag gift from Kincaid. This is too elegant. Too personal. I rummage through the tissue paper until my fingers hit a slip of paper. The packing slip. I pull it out, scanning for a gift message. There isn't one. Just a name and an address. My address. And a name. L. Edwards. The name hits me like a shot of ice-cold scotch. My vision narrows, the multi-million-dollar view from my window disappearing. There's only one L. Edwards in my world. The one that got away. The one I chased away. My mind flashes back, unbidden, to the blinding sun of Ibiza. To a girl with skin the color of rich honey and a laugh that could disarm armies. Lake. The Lake Edwards. She was brilliant, sharp, and the only person who ever saw right through my nonsense from the second we met. We spent 2 weeks in a haze of sun, sea, and tangled limbs. 2 weeks where I felt something other than the constant, grinding pressure to win. I remember the specific curve of her smile when she was about to make fun of me, the way her wild curls felt under my hands, the look in her warm brown eyes that made me think about forever. And then the call came. My grandmother. A sudden massive heart attack. The matriarch, the one person who could ever put me in my place with just a look, was just gone. I was on a plane within hours, my head spinning, the world reduced to the single sharp point of my family's grief. In the chaotic week that followed, the funeral, the estate, the endless relatives, I lost my phone, the one with her number in it. I told myself I'd find her when things settled down. But I was 22, drowning in a responsibility I'd never known, and I let it slide. It was the single greatest mistake of my life. By the time I finally came up for air, she was gone from the island. No note, no way to find her, just gone. For years, every time I've seen that name, L. Edwards, on a document or a roster, a stupid, hopeless flicker ignites in my gut before being extinguished by reality. I drag a hand through my hair, the familiar gesture doing nothing to ground me. It can't be her. The odds are astronomical, a statistical impossibility. It's just some other woman who happens to live next door to me. A woman with an expensive taste in sex toys. A wicked, terrible idea begins to form in my mind. A distraction. That's what I need. A way to wipe the ghost of Ibiza from my head. I look at the elegant black box. I look toward my front door. What kind of neighbor would I be if I didn't ensure a special delivery makes it to its rightful owner? Clutching the box, I walk out of my penthouse and stop in front of the identical door of PHB. The hallway is silent, the thick carpet swallowing the sound of my footsteps. I can feel the smirk pulling at my lips. I'm picturing the woman on the other side. Some tightly wound finance type, maybe. Someone who's going to be absolutely mortified when a stranger shows up at her door holding her most intimate purchase. The thought is more entertaining than it should be. I raise my hand and knock twice. Solid. Confident. I wait, the box feeling heavier by the second. I hear the click of a lock and the door swings inward, and my entire world tilts on its axis. The smirk doesn't just fall off my face, it shatters. The air evacuates my lungs. It's her. Older, her face a little sharper, her hair flowing behind her. But it's her. The same warm mahogany eyes, wider now with confusion and a dawning horrified recognition. The same perfect mouth that I can still taste in my dreams. It's impossible. It's her. Lake?
Chapter 3. Lake. A jackhammer is trying to break through my skull from the inside out. My tongue feels like it's wearing a fuzzy Pinot Noir flavored sweater. I peel one eye open, and the morning light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows is a physical assault. Note to self: buy curtains. Also, never drink an entire bottle of wine on an empty stomach again. My phone is still clutched in my hand. The last thing I saw before passing out again swims into focus. Your package has been delivered and signed for. Rage, potent and clarifying, cuts through the hangover haze. Some thief signed for my package? My $500 drunken, ill-advised, deeply personal package? Oh, hell no. Not in my building. I swing my legs off the mattress, my head protesting with a violent throb. I'm still in yesterday's clothes, a wrinkled silk blouse and black pants. I look like a wreck. My hair is a mess of escaped curls, and I probably smell like a distillery. I don't care. I'm a woman on a mission. I storm to the front door, ready to march down to the concierge and raise holy hell. But I only make it as far as my own hallway before a sharp knock echoes from the other side of the door. My hand freezes on the doorknob. Maybe it's the doorman coming to apologize for the error. I pull the door open, a sharp rebuke already forming on my lips. The words die in my throat. First, I see the box. The sleek, black, elegant box from the Velvet Garden is sitting in the hands of a man. My box. My mortifying, explicit, secret box. A hot, suffocating wave of shame washes over me, so intense my knees feel weak. Then I look up, at his face, and the shame is incinerated by a shock so profound the air solidifies in my lungs. It's not possible. It's an illusion, a ghost. A hallucination brought on by cheap wine and regret. But ghosts don't have laugh lines crinkling at the corners of their eyes. Ghosts don't have a shadow of stubble, grazing a jawline that's even sharper than I remember. And ghosts don't have those same, impossibly blue eyes that I've spent the better part of a decade trying to forget. Eyes that are currently wide with a matching gut punch of recognition. My mouth is open. The words I was about to say are gone. All the words I've ever known are gone. Years of imaginary conversations, of angry, eloquent speeches I'd deliver if I ever saw him again, evaporate into nothing. My entire vocabulary is reduced to the frantic, silent scream inside my head. Him, him, him. He recovers first. Of course he does. A slow, predatory smirk I know all too well spreads across his face, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. His eyes are doing something else entirely. They're roaming over my face, my hair, my wrinkled clothes, with a searing intensity that feels like a brand. Lake, his voice. God. It's deeper now, rougher around the edges, but it's the same voice that whispered filthy promises against my skin under an Ibiza moon. The sound of it is a key turning a lock on a part of me I had buried alive. My hand, still on the door, begins to tremble. Before I can think to slam it in his face, my one and only logical course of action, he steps inside. He just walks in, past me, into my apartment, my sanctuary, my half-unpacked life. He moves with a lethal, infuriating grace, his presence instantly shrinking the cavernous room. He smells like expensive scotch and clean, cold morning air. He smells like trouble. He places the box on my kitchen island with a soft, definitive thud. The sound breaks the spell. Get out. The words come out as a ragged whisper. Pathetic. He turns, leaning back against the counter, crossing his arms over a chest that is broader and harder than I remember. He's wearing a crisp white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a ridiculously expensive-looking watch. He looks like he owns the world. He's looking at me like he wants to own me too. Now, is that any way to thank your neighbor for personally ensuring the safe arrival of your special delivery? The smirk is back, full force this time. His gaze drops to the box, then back to my face. Holiday spice? Sounds festive. Every nerve in my body is on fire. 1,000 accusations are clawing their way up my throat. Where did you go? Why didn't you call? You broke me. But my jaw is wired shut, locked tight by the sheer overwhelming force of him being here. Here, in my kitchen. Looking at me like he knows every secret I have, because he was one of them. He pushes off the counter and takes a step toward me. I take an involuntary step back. He stops, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're in PHA. I manage, the sentence sounding stupid and obvious. And you're in PHB. He takes another slow, deliberate step. The space between us shrinks. It's getting hard to breathe. Funny how these things work out. He's so close now I can see the flecks of gold in his blue eyes. I can see the slight part of his lips. All I can think about is the taste of them. I hate myself for it. I hate him for it. He reaches past me, his arm brushing mine. A jolt, hot and electric, shoots straight through me. His fingers wrap around the edge of the door, and he pushes it shut. The click of the latch echoes in the silent apartment. It sounds like a cell door locking. We're trapped. The two of us, with 8 years of silence and enough sexual tension to light up the whole goddamn city. He turns back to the kitchen island, opens the lid of the box, and pulls out the rose gold wand. He holds it up to the light, inspecting it with an appraising look. My blood turns to static. He studies me, his expression unreadable, all traces of the smirk gone. His voice is a low, dangerous purr that vibrates through the floor, up my legs, and settles deep in my core. Don't let these go to waste on my account. He gestures to the box with the toy still in his hand. We should test them out. For old time's sake. My brain finally reboots. It flashes red alert signals. No, danger. Eject, abort mission. Kick him in the crotch and run. It screams at me, a litany of every logical reason this is the worst idea in the history of humanity. He is the man who shattered my heart. He is a walking, talking, monumentally bad decision. To my own unending horror, I hear a voice, wrecked and whisper thin, that sounds terrifyingly like my own. Okay?
Chapter 4. Baron. The word hangs in the air, fragile and electric. Okay. It's just a whisper, but it hits me like a goddamn lightning strike. My carefully constructed plan to tease her, to get under her skin, dissolves in the face of that single breathless surrender. The air crackles, thick with 8 years of unspoken tension. I see it in her wide, dark eyes, the war between her brain and her body. And her body is winning. My body is in full agreement. A possessive, triumphant heat floods my veins. This isn't just the woman from Ibiza. This is Lake Edwards, a fortress of a woman standing in a half-empty penthouse, looking at me like I'm the one thing that can tear it all down. Damn, I want to. I want to demolish her walls and rebuild a world inside them with her. I close the distance between us in 2 long strides. Her breath hitches. Before the panic can reclaim her, before that brilliant, overthinking mind of hers can issue a veto, my mouth is on hers.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Eventually, her breathing evens out into the soft rhythm of sleep. I carefully pull out of her and slide to my side, propping myself up on an elbow. I watch her. The morning light paints her skin gold. She looks peaceful, her face soft in sleep, and the full weight of the last 8 years crashes down on me. This wasn't just sex. This was a reclamation. This was me taking back the only thing I ever truly lost. I spot a pile of mail on a nearby box. My eyes snag on the top envelope. Lakeisha Edwards. A real, full name. I grab my phone, my fingers tapping her name into the search bar. The results load instantly. Senior Director of Events at a major luxury hotel chain. Articles praising her work. A LinkedIn profile that details a sharp, meteoric rise. She's not just the girl from Ibiza. She's a powerhouse. And she's mine. I just have to make her see it. A concrete plan begins to form in my mind. A strategy more complex than any lawsuit I've ever tried. I dress silently, my movements precise. I need to be gone before she wakes up. This needs to be on my terms. As I let myself out of her penthouse, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I glance at the screen. A calendar alert. 9 a.m. meeting. Norwood Christmas Ball kickoff.
Chapter 5. Lake. I wake up to the scent of him. It's the first thing I register, before the throbbing in my head or the dull, pleasant ache between my legs. The sharp, clean scent of his cologne and the musky male scent that is purely his. It's embedded in my sheets, on my skin. I'm tangled in my duvet, my body buzzing with the phantom memory of his touch, his weight, his mouth. My eyes fly open. The other side of the bed is empty. Of course it is. A wave of something hot and shameful crashes over me. I sit up, pulling the sheet to my chin like a shield. The morning light is flooding the room, illuminating every corner of my catastrophic lapse in judgment. The black box from the Velvet Garden sits on my dresser, its lid askew. My clothes are in a heap on the floor next to his shirt discarded like a casualty of war. What have I done? The question isn't a question. It's an accusation. I, Lakeisha Edwards, the woman whose life is a fortress of control and carefully managed expectations, opened the gates and let the entire goddamn Trojan army march in. And for what? For a man who didn't even have the decency to leave a note 8 years ago. For a man who disappeared from my life so completely, I convinced myself he was a fever dream. I press the heels of my hands into my eyes, trying to block out the vivid, high-definition memories. His mouth on my breasts, the shocking efficiency of the silk cuffs, the filthy, perfect things he whispered in my ear. The way my own voice sounded, begging him, begging. A choked, horrified sound escapes my throat. This cannot happen again. The thought is a lifeline in a sea of humiliation. I throw back the covers and stalk into the bathroom, turning the shower on as hot as I can stand it. I scrub my skin until it's raw, trying to wash away his scent, his touch. This wasn't a reunion. It was a system purge, an exorcism. I had 8 years of pent-up poison in my system, and he was the only antidote. Now it's out, done, finished. A plan begins to form, a fragile scaffolding of logic over the gaping sinkhole of my own stupidity. Rule number 1. Avoid Baron Norwood at all costs. He is no longer the ghost from Ibiza. He is the jerk from PHA. If I see him in the hall, I will be polite. I will be distant. I will be a stranger who happens to share an elevator. Rule number 2. What happened in my apartment stays in my apartment. It will not be discussed. It will not be acknowledged. It was a temporary, insanity-fueled mistake that has been corrected. Rule number 3. Focus on work. The Norwood Hotels. Christmas Ball is my salvation. It's the biggest event of my career, and I will pour every ounce of my energy into making it a legendary success. I step out of the shower, my skin pink, my resolve hardening with every drop of water I towel away. I feel better. I feel in control. My professional armor is waiting for me in the closet. I choose a sapphire blue suit with a razor-sharp cut and a matching silk camisole. The color is bold, uncompromising. I slick my damp curls back, twisting them into a severe chignon at the nape of my neck. Not a single hair is out of place. My makeup is a mask of cool competence, clean lines, a neutral lip. When I'm done, the woman looking back at me from the mirror is who I'm supposed to be. Polished, untouchable, the senior director of events. There is no trace of the wild, screaming woman from a few hours ago. She doesn't exist. The click of my stilettos on the marble floors of my office building is a reassuring rhythm. It's the sound of purpose, the sound of me, back in my element. The boardroom is on the top floor, a glass-walled behemoth with a panoramic view of the city. My boss, Mr. Davenport, a man who is perpetually tanned and impeccably dressed, gives me a warm smile. Lakeisha, glad you're here. The team from Norwood is on their way. I'm looking forward to it, I say, my voice smooth and even. I take my seat at the long polished mahogany table, placing my leather-bound portfolio and a freshly clicked pen neatly in front of me. I am ready. I am focused. The chaos of the morning is a million miles away. The rest of the team files in. We exchange pleasantries. The air hums with anticipation. This project is a big deal for everyone. All right, let's begin, Mr. Davenport says, standing at the very head of the table. As you know, the Norwood Christmas Ball is the social event of the season, and this year they want to take it to the next level. We're honored to have their legal and financial oversight team here to kick things off. Representing the Norwood Legal Department is their head counsel. Right on cue, the boardroom door swings open. I look up from my notes, a polite, professional smile fixed on my face, and the smile freezes. He walks in, dressed in a charcoal suit, so perfectly tailored it looks like it was stitched directly onto his skin. His sandy blonde hair is artfully messy, his blue eyes sharp and assessing as he scans the room. He looks powerful, he looks confident, he looks like he owns the damn building. It's barren. Every drop of blood drains from my face. The carefully constructed walls of my composure don't just crack, they explode into dust. My breath catches in my throat, a sharp, audible little gasp. My pen, held loosely in my hand, starts to click. a frantic, desperate rhythm against the deafening silence in my head. Click, 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 click. His eyes, sweeping the table, finally land on me. They stop. For a split second, I see a flicker of the same shock I feel, and then it's gone, replaced by something else. A slow, lethal heat. A glint of possessive, triumphant amusement that says, well, well, funny how these things work out. The project I am betting my entire career on. The client I have to impress. The man I swore to myself not 2 hours ago that I would avoid for the rest of my days. They are the same person.
Chapter 6. Baron. The calendar alert on my phone was a gift from the cosmos. 9 a.m. meeting, Norwood Christmas Ball kickoff. After a 30-second search on her full name after our sexcapade this morning, I knew. Senior Director of Events. The company hired to handle my family's flagship event. It was too perfect, too goddamn convenient. Part of me thought it had to be a mistake, a different Lakeisha Edwards. But when I walk through the glass doors of the boardroom and my eyes find her, a savage, undeniable thrill shoots through me. It's her. She's a work of art, a sculpture carved from ice and ambition. The sapphire suit is a power move, the hair pulled back so tight it's a wonder it doesn't hurt. There is no trace of the wild, panting woman tangled in my sheets a few hours ago. This is the woman whose reputation I read about online. Sharp, meticulous, unflappable. Except I know better. Her eyes are wide, the rich brown a sea of panic. Her knuckles are white where she's gripping a pen, and I can see the frantic pulse beating in the delicate hollow of her throat. I give her a slow, deliberate nod, a silent acknowledgement that yes, this is happening, and I'm enjoying every second of it. A man seated at the table, tanned and overconfident, clears his throat. Mr. Norwood, welcome. I'm James Davenport, senior partner. I shake his hand, my focus still on Lake. Baron, let's get started. I take my seat directly opposite her. The long, polished table feels like a battlefield. She refuses to meet my gaze, her eyes fixed on the notepad in front of her. I watch as her pen begins to move, her handwriting a series of sharp, precise marks. Controlled chaos. It's magnificent. Davenport drones on, spouting buzzwords and corporate platitudes. I let him talk for exactly 90 seconds before I cut him off. Mr. Davenport, I interrupt, my voice cutting through his spiel. The entire room goes silent. I've read the preliminary proposal. It's adequate. Adequate is a litigator's word for trash. Everyone in this room knows it. I lean forward, placing my hands on the table. Let me be clear. The Norwood Christmas Ball is not a corporate holiday party. It is the public face of our brand. It is my family's legacy. Adequate will not suffice. I expect perfection. My gaze slides to Lake. Miss Edwards, your portfolio is impressive. The gala for the Children's Hospital Foundation was particularly well executed. Her head snaps up, her eyes wide with surprise that I've done my homework. I've got her. Thank you, Mr. Norwood, she says, her voice becoming a cool, steady thing that I know is a complete lie. Which is why I'm surprised by the catering options listed here. They're safe. Boring. I tap a finger on the folder in front of me. The Norwood brand is not safe or boring. I'll need to see a revised list by end of day. I also want to personally review the security schematics, the staffing assignments, and the full vendor list. To streamline the process, I'll need to schedule a series of one-on-one strategy sessions to ensure our vision aligns perfectly. I lean back in my chair, the picture of calm authority. Every word is a chess move designed to corner her. I rake a hand through my hair, the gesture casual, but my focus is laser sharp, waiting for her to crack. Her pen starts to click. 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 The tiny sound is an admission of defeat. It's the sound of her meticulously organized world catching fire. It's the sweetest sound I've ever heard. Of course, our firm is happy to facilitate those sessions, Davenport interjects, placing a hand possessively on the back of Lake's chair. "I'll be your primary point of contact, and Miss Edwards will execute—" "No," I say. The word is flat. Final. My eyes narrow on his hand. Miss Edwards is the senior director. She's the one executing. She's the one I'll be dealing with. Directly. I give him a smile that has no warmth in it. "Unless you feel she's not up to the task." Davenport's hand drops from her chair like it's been burned. "Not at all. Lakeisha is our best." Lakeisha. The name sounds wrong coming from his mouth. Too familiar. A low, territorial growl rumbles in my chest. I make a mental note to destroy this prick later. "Excellent," I say, turning my attention back to the only person in the room who matters. "Miss Edwards, my assistant will be in touch to schedule our first session. Tomorrow morning, my penthouse, 8 a.m. The meeting dissolves after that. I've asserted my dominance, established the new rules of engagement. I watch her pack her portfolio, her movements stiff and jerky. She's trying to bolt. I won't let her. I time my exit perfectly, cutting off her path to the elevators. She stops short, finally forced to look at me. Up close, I can see the fury simmering behind the cool mask of her professionalism. "My penthouse," I repeat, my voice dropping down to a low, intimate murmur meant only for her. "Or yours, whichever is more convenient." Her eyes flash with fire. "It will be in a professional setting, Mr. Norwood. Here, at the office." "Baron." "Mr. Norwood," she bites out, each syllable dripping with ice. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. She's fighting. God, I love it. "Whatever you need to tell yourself. But it looks like we'll be seeing a lot more of each other, neighbor." She's trapped. A beautiful, brilliant animal in a cage of my design. Her chin lifts in a gesture of pure defiance. She looks me dead in the eye, her voice low and steady, a declaration of war. "We need to set some ground rules."
Chapter 7. Lake. I make it back to my office on autopilot. My legs move, my hand swipes my key card, my body sits in my ergonomic chair, but my brain is still in the elevator lobby, trapped in the crosshairs of Baron Norwood's amused, possessive gaze. He knew. The whole time he was taking over that meeting, dissecting my proposal, and backing me into a professional corner. He knew exactly who I was, and he enjoyed it. My hands are shaking. I grip the edge of my desk, the cool metal a flimsy anchor in the storm raging inside me. My carefully constructed plan, the 3 simple rules I created this morning, lies in flaming wreckage at my feet. Avoid him. What a joke. I have to work with him, closely, one-on-one, in his penthouse. The thought sends a jolt of something hot and treacherous through me. No. I say it out loud to my empty office. No. I will not let this happen. I am Lakeisha Edwards. I manage chaos for a living. I can manage this. I can manage him. I just need to focus. I pull up the catering file on my computer. Safe and boring. His voice echoes in my head. Fine. I'll give him something that isn't safe or boring. I'll give him a proposal so brilliant, so innovative, he'll have no choice but to treat me like a professional. I start typing, my fingers dancing across the keyboard, for the Norwood Christmas Ball, a curated menu by Chef Antoine Dubois. My focus narrows. The hum of the server room, the distant ring of a phone, it all fades away. There is only the screen and the plan. And then my traitorous mind conjures him. Not the man in the suit, but the man from this morning. The memory of his hands on my skin. The weight of him pressing me into the mattress. I can almost feel the rough scrape of his stubble against my inner thigh. I remember the filthy specific promises he made, and my body flushes with heat. How would it feel, right here on this desk? Bent over the contracts and vendor lists, my skirt hiked up. His hand fisted in my hair my fingers have stopped moving. I look down at the screen. In the middle of a sentence about canapes, I've typed, "I want you to ram it inside me." A strangled gasp escapes my lips. I slam my finger on the backspace key, deleting the evidence of my insanity. My pen is on the desk. I grab it, and the frantic click, click, click fills the silence. It's the sound of my control short-circuiting, the sound of my brain going into full-blown meltdown. This is untenable. I can't work like this. I can't function with him living in my head, rent-free, turning my professional focus into his own private porn shoot. The attraction between us isn't a spark. It's a 5-alarm fire. And if I just try to ignore it, it's going to burn down my entire career. The clicking stops. My hand is steady. An idea, cold and terrifyingly logical, crystallizes in my mind. In my line of work, when you're faced with an unavoidable volatile element, you don't ignore it. You don't try to fight it. You contain it. You manage it. You neutralize the threat by controlling the environment. The attraction is the threat, so I will control the terms of its release. That evening, I stand outside the door to PHA. My heart is a frantic bird beating against my ribs, but my expression is calm. I've showered and changed into a simple black cashmere sweater and jeans. This isn't a business meeting. This isn't a date. This is a tactical maneuver. I've rehearsed my lines. I know my objectives. I raise my hand and knock. The door swings open almost immediately. He's standing there barefoot, wearing a pair of gray sweatpants that hang low on his hips and a plain black t-shirt that does obscene things for his shoulders. His hair is a mess, and he's holding a tumbler of amber liquid. He looks casual, relaxed, and utterly devastating. He doesn't look surprised to see me. "Miss Edwards," he says, voice a low rumbling drawl. "Forget something?" "I'm here to amend the terms of our working relationship," I say, my voice clipped and professional. I don't move from the doorway. I need to keep this on my territory, even if it's just the hallway. He leans against the doorframe, takes a slow sip of his drink, and watches me over the rim of the glass. His blue eyes are practically glowing with amusement. I'm listening. I take a breath. What happened this morning was a mistake. A regrettable, one-time only lapse in judgment. Didn't feel like a mistake to me. Nevertheless, I continue, ignoring him. It's clear that there is a residual chemistry between us. It is also clear that it has the potential to interfere with our professional obligations. I cannot allow that to happen. And how do you propose we handle this residual chemistry? He asks, the corner of his mouth twitching. This is it. I lock my gaze with his, channeling every ounce of the cool, detached professional I am at work. I propose a mutually beneficial, temporary arrangement, a secret physical-only affair for the duration of the Christmas ball project. We get this out of our systems in a controlled, private environment so that it does not spill over into the boardroom. I have his full attention now. The amusement is gone, now replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. I lay out the rest of my terms, my voice never wavering. Rule 1, no emotions. This is purely physical. Rule 2, absolute discretion. No one knows, not my friends, not your family, not our colleagues. Rule 3, it ends. The night of the ball, after the event is over, this arrangement is terminated. No discussion, no exceptions. We go back to being neighbors who don't speak. That's the deal. I stand there, my speech delivered, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. I have laid my cards on the table. I have taken control. He is silent for a long moment, his eyes searching my face. I can't read his expression. He pushes off the doorframe, sets his drink down on a table inside, and turns back to me. A slow, lazy, predatory smirk spreads across his face. It's the most dangerous expression I have ever seen. I accept, he says, His eyes, however, tell a completely different story. They tell me he heard my rules and shredded every one of them. They tell me that I haven't contained a damn thing. I've just locked myself in the cage with the lion. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Baron. The door clicks shut, the sound a soft final punctuation mark on her surrender. I lean my forehead against the cool wood, my eyes closed, letting the reality of the last 5 minutes wash over me. A slow, deep, triumphant grin lights up my face. I can still smell her perfume in the air, a clean, floral scent mixed with the intoxicating aroma of her barely concealed panic. It's the scent of victory. Damn. She just walked up to my door, looked me dead in the eye with all the fire of a conquering queen, and proposed that we make love on a schedule. She laid out terms and conditions for our affair, like she was negotiating a corporate merger. I push off the door and walk back into my living room, a low laugh rumbling in my chest. It starts low and builds until I'm actually laughing out loud, the sound echoing in the cavernous, minimalist space. I pick up my scotch and drain the glass in one long swallow, the burn a welcome punctuation mark to the victory singing in my blood. She thinks she just took control. She thinks she marched into enemy territory, dictated the terms of surrender, and walked away with the upper hand. She has no idea what she's just done. She's handed me the key. The goddamn master key to the fortress she spent 8 years building around her heart. Every single one of her rules isn't a rule. It's a confession, a roadmap to every one of her fears. And I'm going to use it to dismantle her defenses, brick by painstaking brick. I pace the length of the room, the plush rug silencing my footsteps. My penthouse is all clean lines, glass and steel, a reflection of the life I've built. Controlled, sharp, successful. But she just walked in here and set it all on fire. Her proposal plays back in my mind. Rule 1. No emotions. I almost laughed in her face. It's the most ridiculous, transparently false thing she could have said. I remember one night in Ibiza, after a cheap dinner and too much wine, sitting on a rocky cliff overlooking the sea. She told me about her family, the pressure she felt, her fierce determination to build a life no one could ever take away from her. I saw tears glistening in her eyes in the moonlight, tears she tried to hide. She's all emotion, a supernova of feeling hidden under layers of tailored wool and professional jargon. That rule isn't for me. It's for her. It's a prayer. Rule 2. Absolute discretion. This one I almost like. The idea of having her all to myself, a secret no one else gets to touch, appeals to the possessive bastard in me. But I also saw the way that prick Davenport put his hand on her chair today. I want to flay him for it. I want to walk into that boardroom tomorrow, haul her onto the table, and show every single person in that room exactly who she belongs to. I'll play by this rule for now. But the first time some jerk looks at her the wrong way, all bets are off. Rule 3. It ends. That's the big one. That's the tell. That's the raw, bleeding heart of the whole matter. A laugh, this one humorless, escapes me. She's trying to control the ending because she's terrified I'm going to deliver another one she can't handle. She's preempting the heartbreak she's convinced is inevitable. She thinks she can put an expiration date on us, like we're a carton of milk. Not a chance. This doesn't end on the night of the Christmas ball. That's just when the real negotiations begin. I run a hand back and forth through my hair, the familiar gesture doing little to contain the roaring energy inside me. She's not trying to keep me out. She's building a cage for the chaos, and she's just willingly locked herself inside it with me. She thinks her logic can protect her, but I know the real Lake. The one who snorted when she laughed too hard. The one who argued passionately about the merits of different gelato flavors. The one who looked at me like I was the only man in the world. This isn't about winning a game. It's about unwinding the damage I did 8 years ago. The guilt, a familiar weight, settles in my chest. The story I've told myself for years, that I was young, stupid, overwhelmed by grief. It's all true. But it's not the whole truth. My grandmother, the woman whose death ripped me away from Ibiza, would have taken one look at Lake and told me not to be a damn fool. She would have seen the fire in her, the strength. She would have told me that a woman like that is a once-in-a-lifetime find, and I was a coward. I was afraid of the depth of what I felt for her, so I let the chaos of my family become an excuse. I let her slip away. I owe her the truth. I'll tell her. Not tonight. Tonight is for breaking rule number 1. But soon, when I've earned back even a fraction of her trust. I reach for my phone, my thumb hovering over her contact info. Time to start the demolition. I need to push, to test the boundaries she just so carefully drew. This is not a negotiation. It's the first term of our new agreement. My term. Me. First rule of our arrangement. My place, tonight. 10 p.m. I hit send. The message sits there, a blue bubble of command. The ball is in her court. I know she'll fight. She has to. It's who she is. But I also know she'll say yes. The fire I saw in her eyes tonight was not just anger. My phone buzzes on the counter almost immediately. I pick it up. A message from Lake. Lake, fine. But this is not a date. A real, genuine smile touches my lips. God, she's incredible. Even when she's surrendering, she's fighting, trying to define the terms, to keep her armor intact, to maintain the illusion of control. It's adorable. I can picture her on the other side of the wall, staring at her phone, her beautiful face set in a stubborn frown, her mind racing. She's already in over her head. I type back my reply, my thumb moving with purpose. Me. Whatever you say, Lake. I hit send. Let her think she's won this little skirmish. Let her think she can separate this into neat little boxes. I know the truth. This isn't about a temporary arrangement. This isn't about getting her out of my system. This is a siege. And every night we spend together, every rule she thinks will protect her, is just another wall I get to tear down with my bare hands. The war is already over. She just doesn't know it yet.
Chapter 9. Lake. At precisely 10 p.m., I'm standing outside Baron's door. My armor tonight is different. It's not a power suit. It's a long black trench coat, belted tightly at my waist. Underneath, I'm wearing a ridiculously expensive set of silk and lace lingerie. The kind of lingerie that says, I am here for one reason and one reason only. This is a transaction, and I've come dressed for the occasion. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs, but my face is a mask of cool indifference. I have the rules. I have the control. I knock twice, a sharp, decisive rap. The door swings open. Baron leans against the frame, a ghost of a smirk on his face. He's changed into dark jeans and a soft gray Henley that stretches across his chest. He looks like sin and a quiet Sunday morning all rolled into one. You're punctual, he says, his voice a deep rumble. It's a professional courtesy. I sweep past him into his apartment before he can say another word. My plan is simple. Get in, get this over with, get out. established the precedent for our arrangement. His penthouse is the complete opposite of mine. Where my space is still a war zone of boxes, his is a study in masculine minimalism. Dark wood floors, a massive charcoal gray sofa, shelves filled with actual books instead of decorative objects. A wall of glass offers the same glittering city view as mine. It's impeccably clean, annoyingly so. It smells of leather, sandalwood, and him. I turn to face him, my hand already on the knot of my belt. Time to execute the mission. Shall we? He raises an eyebrow, his smirk widening into a full-blown, panty-melting grin. He completely ignores my posture, my clear intent. He turns his back on me and walks over to a sleek, impressive bar cart. Not so fast, he says, his back still to me. What are you drinking? I blink. I'm not thirsty. Sure you are. He pulls out 2 heavy crystal tumblers. Scotch? Or I think I have some of that Pinot Noir you seem to like. My cheeks flame with heat. He knows I was drunk when I ordered the box. He's deliberately throwing me off balance. My hand drops from my belt. This is not how this was supposed to go. I was supposed to be the one in charge, cool and detached. Instead, I'm standing in the middle of his living room in a coat and heels, feeling like an idiot. Scotch is fine, I bite out, my voice tight. He turns around, a drink in each hand, and gestures toward the sofa. Have a seat. You sent over the revised catering proposal. It's good. This is an ambush. A corporate-sponsored, Scotch-fueled ambush. I sit stiffly on the edge of the leather couch, which is so deep and comfortable, it feels like it's trying to swallow me whole. I take the drink he offers, the cold glass a shock against my warm fingers. I was surprised you went with the oyster bar concept, he says, taking a seat in an armchair opposite me, giving me plenty of space. It's a bold choice, risky. The Norwood brand is not safe or boring, I say, quoting his own words back to him. He laughs, a real deep sound that vibrates through the floor. Touché. But the logistics of keeping that many oysters fresh for that many people without a single case of food poisoning? That's a legal nightmare waiting to happen. He leans forward, his expression all business now. What's your contingency for that? And just like that, we're working. He starts firing off questions, sharp, insightful, and brilliant questions that I'm reluctantly impressed by. He pokes holes in my plan not to be a jerk, but to make it stronger. He sees angles I hadn't considered, potential liabilities I'd overlooked. This isn't the man who screwed me senseless this morning. This is Baron Norwood, head counsel, a man with a mind like a steel trap. And God, it's infuriatingly attractive. After 20 minutes of intense, rapid-fire strategy, he leans back, a satisfied look on his face. Okay, I'm sold. It's a solid plan. He takes a long swallow of his scotch, his eyes never leaving mine. The air shifts, the professional bubble pops, and the thick, heavy awareness of our bodies, of the real reason I'm here, rushes back in. Is the meeting adjourned? I ask, my voice huskier than I intend. The meeting is adjourned? His voice is a low purr. He stands up and closes the distance between us in 3 silent strides. He takes the glass from my hand and sets it on the coffee table with his own. Then his hands go to the belt of my coat. Now, he murmurs, his knuckles brushing the sensitive skin of my stomach as he slowly undoes the knot. About this residual chemistry. The coat falls open. I'm standing before him in nothing but black lace and my own shattered composure. His eyes darken, his gaze sweeping over me with a hungry, possessive heat that makes my skin prickle. The sex is just as explosive as it was this morning, but this time my mind is a frantic battlefield. As his mouth closes over mine, One part of me is screaming, "This is just physical. It means nothing." But another, deeper part of me betrays me with every gasp, every arch of my back, every time my nails dig into his skin. He's more patient this time, exploring my body with a slow, deliberate confidence. As if he's memorizing me, I fight to stay detached, to treat this like the transaction I planned. But when he sinks inside me, a choked sob of pure, unadulterated feeling escapes my lips. The second our bodies are done, my brain re-engages with a vengeance. Rule 3, it ends. I pull away from him, untangling my limbs from his. The bed is a warm, tangled mess, but I swing my legs over the side, my back to him. The air in the room feels cool against my flushed skin. "Lake?" His voice is soft, questioning. "The arrangement," I say, my voice rough as I pull on my lingerie. The terms are clear. I don't look at him. I can't. I gather my coat from the floor and walk out of his bedroom, dressing as I go. I don't stop until I'm at the front door. I can feel his eyes on my back, but he doesn't follow. He's letting me go. He's letting me think I've won. I slip out of his apartment and into my own, closing and locking the door behind me. The silence is absolute. I lean against the cool wood, my body still humming and sore, my senses still full of him. I should feel powerful. I should feel in control. I just dictated the terms of our encounter and executed them perfectly. But as I slide down the door to the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees, I don't feel in control at all. I feel shaken, exposed, and a terrifying realization dawns on me. My rules, my plans, my carefully constructed deal, it was never about controlling him. It was about controlling myself. And it's not working. I'm not afraid of Baron Norwood. I'm terrified of what he makes me feel.
Chapter 10. Baron. It's been a week of carefully controlled insanity. By day, we're adversaries across a boardroom table. She's Miss Edwards, the unflappable director in jewel-toned armor, who counters my aggressive legal oversight with sharp, brilliant logistics. I push. She pushes back. It's the best goddamn foreplay I've ever had. By night, the armistice is called. She'll show up at my door at 10 p.m., a silent, beautiful ghost in a trench coat, and we burn the world down for a few hours. The second it's over, she's gone. No pillow talk, no shared drink. Just the quiet click of my front door closing and the lingering scent of her on my sheets. Every time she leaves, I have to fight the urge to go after her, to drag her back to my bed and tell her that her rules are nonsense. But I'm a litigator. I know you don't win a war with a single frontal assault. You win it with a patient, relentless siege. And I am a very, very patient man. Tonight, the arrangement is on hold. We have a full-day meeting with the hotel tomorrow, and we agreed to a ceasefire. I'm in my living room, a thick contract in my lap, but the words are blurring together. A restless energy I can't shake pulls at me. Needing air, I set the contract aside and slide open the heavy glass door to my private balcony. The cold December air is a welcome shock, slicing through the quiet hum of the penthouse. Below me, the city is a river of light, but my gaze drifts next door. Lake's penthouse, PHB, is adjacent to mine. Our balconies are separated by a high privacy partition, but the building's modern design is a testament to glass and open sightlines. From my position, I have a clear, angled view through her massive, floor-to-ceiling window wall directly into her living room. At night like this, with her lights blazing and the sky dark behind me, her entire space is on display, a brightly lit stage in the sky. And I see her. She's pacing. It's not a casual stroll. It's a frantic, caged animal march from one end of the room to the other, her phone clamped to her ear. Her free hand is slicing through the air, punctuating words I can't hear. Even from this distance, I can see the rigid line of her shoulders, the tension radiating off her in visible waves. This isn't the unflappable director from our meetings or the passionate woman in my bed. This is someone else. Someone on the verge of losing control. My curiosity turns to something sharper, a low thrum of concern. I step back inside, the cold air following me in. On a hunch, I leave my apartment and head into the shared hallway. As I approach her door, I see it. It's not fully latched. It's cracked open by a bare inch, a sliver of light spilling out. For a woman as meticulous and security-conscious as Lake, that's a siren. I stop, my hand hovering near the doorframe. Now I can hear her voice clearly, and it's stripped of all its cool authority. It's thin and strained, laced with a panic that makes the hairs on my arms stand up. "What do you mean? Effective immediately?" she's saying, her voice sharp with disbelief. "No, that's not possible. The deposit was cleared last month." I try to ignore it. I tell myself to turn around, to walk back into my own apartment. Whatever is happening over there is part of the life she's sealed off from me. It's not my business. But the raw desperation in her voice makes it my business. I knock softly. No answer. I knock again, a little harder. "Lake, it's Baron. Open the door." I hear a frustrated groan from the other side, then the sound of locks being undone. The door cracks open a few inches. She's peering out at me, her face pale, her beautiful hair escaping its bun in wild, stressed-out tendrils. She's wearing a pair of faded university sweatpants and a tight black tank top. She looks exhausted and furious, and more beautiful than I've ever seen her. "What do you want?" she snaps. "To see the lie you would have texted me with my own eyes," I say, pushing the door open gently and stepping inside. Her apartment is chaos. Not the organized chaos of moving boxes anymore, but a maelstrom of work. Binders are open on the floor. Printouts and spreadsheets are scattered across every available surface of her kitchen island. Her laptop is open, and a pen is clicking furiously in her hand, a frantic, desperate rhythm that's the audible version of a panic attack. For the first time since Ibiza, I see a real crack in her armor. She's not in control. She's drowning. My usual instincts, to tease her, to push her, to back her into a corner and kiss her until she forgets her own name, vanish. They're replaced by a singular, overwhelming urge. Fix this. "The floral vendor," she says, her voice cracking with exhaustion as she gestures vaguely at the mess. "Our primary floral vendor for the ball just went bankrupt. Effective immediately. They're gone. All our contracts, all our custom orders for the centerpieces, gone. 3 weeks before the event." I watch her, my eyes tracking the frantic motion of her pen. Click, click, click. It's the sound of her brain firing on all cylinders, trying to find a way out of an impossible situation. I drag a hand through my hair, not out of arousal, but out of pure, focused intensity. "Stop," I say, my voice quiet but firm. She freezes, her eyes wide. "Stop what? I have to find a replacement. I have to reallocate the budget. I have—" "Stop clicking the pen," I say, walking over and gently taking it from her hand. Her fingers are ice cold. "And sit down. For 5 minutes." She looks at me like I've just suggested she set the whole apartment on fire. "I don't have 5 minutes, Baron. I have -5 hours. Then you can't afford to burn out." I guide her by the shoulders to her sofa and push her down gently. She's so tense, she barely bends. "Stay." I go into her kitchen. It's a mess of coffee cups, but it's functional. I find a kettle, fill it, and put it on to boil. I find a box of chamomile tea in one of the unpacked boxes. While the water heats, I start gathering the scattered papers on her island, stacking them into neat, manageable piles. I'm not solving the problem. I'm just managing her chaos. When the tea is ready, I bring a mug to her. She's sitting exactly where I left her, staring into space, her mind a million miles away. I press the warm mug into her hands. "Drink this," I say. She looks down at the mug, then up at me, her expression confused, as if she can't compute this version of me. The quiet, tea-making, paper-stacking version. Good. I pull my phone out and sit in the armchair across from her. Who was the vendor? She tells me the name. I type it into my phone. Okay. And who's their main competitor? She tells me that name too. Right. They won't have the capacity for an event this size on this short notice. I know, she says, her voice full of despair. But I know a guy who owns a private equity firm, I say, my thumb already scrolling through my contacts. And that firm just acquired a luxury events company a few months ago, including their floral division. They're based in New York, but they have a fleet of refrigerated trucks. I find the number and hit dial. I spend the next hour on the phone, pacing her living room, using a tone of voice I usually reserve for hostile negotiations. I'm not asking, I'm telling. I'm leveraging old favors and calling in markers. Lake just sits there watching me, the tea mug cradled in her hands. By the time I hang up, I have a verbal commitment from a new vendor. They'll be faxing over a contract in the morning. It'll cost the hotel a fortune in rush fees, but the flowers for the Norwood Christmas ball are secured. I turn to her, a feeling of satisfaction settling in my chest. Done. She's staring at me, her eyes looking a little less haunted. Just like that? Just like that. A long silence stretches between us. She looks from me to the newly organized piles of paper on her counter, then back to me. Thank you, she whispers. Don't thank me yet. You still have to do the actual work. I sit down on the table in front of her. Walk me through the rest of it. What's next? And for the next 2 hours, we work, side by side. She talks and I listen, occasionally offering a legal perspective or a strategic suggestion. The frantic energy in the room slowly dissipates, replaced by a quiet hum of focused collaboration. At some point, her voice starts to trail off mid-sentence. I look up from the spreadsheet I'm reviewing on her laptop. She's fast asleep, her head slumped to the side against the back of the sofa, her face finally relaxed in exhaustion. A feeling, warm and fierce, swells in my chest. I gently take the laptop from her lap and set it on the floor. I find a soft throw blanket draped over a moving box and carefully unfold it. I drape it over her, tucking it in around her shoulders. She stirs slightly, a soft sigh escaping her lips, but doesn't wake. I stay there for a long moment, watching her. The invincible Ms. Edwards, asleep on her couch. This is what I want. Not just the fire and the passion. This, the quiet moments, the partnership, the right to be the person she leans on when the world is falling apart. I know with absolute certainty that I'm not just trying to fix a mistake from my past. I'm fighting for my entire future. Quietly, I let myself out of her apartment, leaving her to rest.
Chapter 11. Lake. I wake up with a crick in my neck and the unfamiliar weight of a heavy wool blanket draped over me. For a moment, I'm completely disoriented. My couch is not my bed. The sun is streaming through my windows, and my living room, which was a swirling vortex of panic and paper last night, is quiet. Then it all comes rushing back. The vendor, the bankruptcy, the frantic, useless phone calls, and Baron. My eyes snap open. The blanket covering me is a dark charcoal gray, impossibly soft. It smells faintly of sandalwood and him. On the end table in front of me, the chaotic mess of papers has been transformed into neat, orderly stacks, and resting on top of the primary binder is a single crisp document, a contract. I sit up, my head pounding, and pull the document into my lap. It's a proposal from a New York-based floral design company. The terms are exorbitant. The rush fees are astronomical, but it's a fully executable contract that will solve my career-ending problem. And all down the margins, in sharp, decisive handwriting, are his notes. Baron's notes. He's flagged potential liabilities, suggested amendments to the indemnity clause, and circled the cancellation terms with a note that says, "Unacceptable. I'll handle this." He didn't just make a phone call. He stayed, he worked, He used his brilliant, terrifying legal mind to protect my event. For me, with no expectation of anything in return. A wave of feeling so potent and unfamiliar washes over me that I feel dizzy. It's gratitude, pure and overwhelming, and it terrifies me. Gratitude is an emotion. Emotions are a breach of contract, my contract. This doesn't fit into the neat, emotionless, purely physical box I so carefully constructed. He's not supposed to be kind. He's not supposed to be the person who brings me tea and covers me with a blanket. The whole arrangement was a strategic maneuver to control the fire between us. But what do you do when the arsonist starts acting like a firefighter? The 8 a.m. meeting is in one of the smaller conference rooms at the hotel. It's just me, him, and a few key members of the hotel staff. I'm wearing a stark white suit today, a conscious choice. It feels like a surrender flag and a suit of armor all at once. I'm armed with my notes, my revised budgets, and a heart that's beating way too fast. He's already there when I walk in, looking obscenely handsome in a dark navy suit, his focus entirely on the documents in front of him. He doesn't look up until I take the seat opposite him. "Mr. Norwood," I say, my voice cooler and steadier than I feel. "Miss Edwards." His blue eyes meet mine, and there's no trace of the smirk I was expecting. Just a quiet, knowing intensity. "I wanted to thank you for your assistance last night," I say, keeping my tone strictly professional. "The new vendor is a viable solution. I've already spoken with my team to begin the integration." "Good," he says. And that's it. He doesn't gloat. He doesn't tease me. He just holds my gaze for a second too long, and in that look he says everything he isn't saying out loud. "I saw you were struggling. I've got you." A dangerous, disloyal flutter starts in my stomach. The meeting is ruthlessly efficient. When it's over, Mr. Davenport, who had been lurking near the doorway, catches me as I'm packing up my portfolio. "Excellent work, Edwards," he says, voice a little too smooth. He glances over at Barron, who is now talking to the hotel manager. "Looks like you're doing a fantastic job of keeping the client happy." He gives me a conspiratorial smile that makes my skin crawl. "Whatever it takes, right?" The insinuation is so clear, so demeaning, it makes me want to throw my laptop at his head. He thinks my success is transactional in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with my talent. The bitter irony is that I'm the one who tried to make my relationship with Barron exactly that. A transaction. But Barron's quiet support last night feels more respectful than a decade of Davenport's smarmy praise. That night I stand outside Barron's door, and for the very first time, I hesitate. The game has changed. I'm not here to execute a clause in our agreement. I'm here because I don't know why I'm here. When he opens the door, the look on his face is different, softer. The usual predatory glint in his eyes is gone, replaced now by a quiet warmth. "Hey," he says. "Hey," I whisper back. He doesn't try to kiss me. He just steps back and lets me in. The tension between us is still there, a low, powerful hum, but it's interwoven with something new, an intimacy that has little to do with sex. We talk. For almost an hour, we just talk. Sitting on his couch with the drinks in our hands. We talk about the new vendor, about the ridiculous demands of his other clients, about my boss being a first-class prick. It feels easy. Dangerously easy. And when he finally leans over and takes the glass from my hand, his mouth finding mine, it's not a collision anymore. It's a deep kiss that speaks of a comfort and familiarity we haven't earned. The sex is different too. It's just as intense, just as passionate, but it's laced with a tenderness that undoes me. He holds me, his hands stroking my hair, his lips pressing against my temple. Afterward, as I start to disentangle myself from the sheets, my usual escape plan ready to launch, his arm tightens around my waist. "Don't," he murmurs against my hair. "The rules," I say, voice a weak protest. I try to move, to pull on my armor of practicality and leave, but he holds me fast. He shifts, propping himself up on an elbow to look down at me. The light from the city outside casts his face in shadows and silver, and the raw sincerity in his eyes steals the air from my lungs. "Stay," he says, his voice soft for the first time, stripped of all its arrogance and command. "Just for a few hours."
Chapter 12. Baron. Her body is a rigid line of tension in my arms. The word hangs between us, a fragile bridge I've just thrown across a chasm of her rules. Stay. I expect her to pull away, to quote rule number 3 back to me like a prosecuting attorney and vanish into the hallway. My entire strategy, my whole goddamn heart, is balanced on the knife's edge of this one quiet moment. Instead, after a silence that stretches for an eternity, I feel the tension slowly seep out of her. A long, shuddering breath escapes her lips, and she sinks back against the pillows, her head resting in the hollow of my shoulder. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't have to. She stays. A surge of something fierce and triumphant crashes through me. It's a bigger victory than any courtroom win. We just lie there, tangled in the sheets, the city lights painting silver stripes across the ceiling. For the first time, there is no agenda, no scheduled departure, just the quiet, intimate sound of our breathing. It's terrifying. It's the only thing I've wanted for 8 years. My hand rests on her hip, my thumb stroking the smooth, warm skin. My gaze drifts down her body, following the elegant curve of her leg until I see it. A faint, dark line on the inside of her ankle. I shift slightly, my fingers tracing the delicate single-line wave tattooed on her skin. It's no bigger than my thumb. "I never asked you about this," I murmur into the quiet. Her voice is a sleepy whisper. "About what?" "This." I trace the shape again. "The tattoo. Is it new?" "No," she says. "I got it a long time ago. The day before I left Ibiza." My breath catches. This is it. The door is open a crack. All I have to do is push. Gently. "I remember that summer," I say, my voice rougher than I intend. "I think about it more than I should." She's silent, but I feel her stiffen slightly. She's waiting for the punchline, for me to turn this into a joke or a line. "It wasn't just a fling for me, Lake," I say, the words feeling raw and exposed in the darkness. What we had, it was real. For me, anyway. I feel her pull away just an inch, but it's enough. She's creating distance, preparing her defenses. "It was a vacation, Baron," she says, her voice losing its sleepy softness, replaced by a cool, guarded tone. "We were young. It was fun. Fun." The word is an insult. Doesn't even begin to cover the way she rewired my entire existence in the space of 2 weeks. "It was more than fun," I insist, keeping my voice low and steady. "And I know you felt it too." I prop myself up on an elbow, forcing her to look at me. I need her to see that this isn't a game. "I know I hurt you. The way I left, it was inexcusable." Her eyes are dark, unreadable pools in the dim light. "You didn't leave. You vanished. There's a difference." The accusation hangs in the air, sharp and painful. She's right. I didn't just leave. I erased myself from her life. I need to tell her why. I need to give her the truth she's deserved for 8 years. But I look at the hurt and suspicion warring in her expression, and I know I can't give it to her all at once. She won't believe me. She'll think it's a convenient, dramatic excuse. I have to earn the right to tell her the whole story. "There was a family emergency," I start, the words feeling flimsy and inadequate, even though they're true. "A bad one. I got a call, and I had to get on the first plane back to the States. It was chaos. Everything happened so fast." I see it then. The flicker of old pain in her eyes, so fast I might have missed it if I wasn't looking for it. It's the look of a wound that has never properly healed, a scar that still aches when the weather changes. She believes the words, but she doesn't believe they're enough. And she's right. I should have called, I say, the admission costing me a surprising amount of pride. I know that. There's no excuse for the silence, but the reason I left was real. I know I have a long, brutal road ahead of me. That one small confession isn't enough to repair the damage I did. I see her walls slide back into place, the cool, professional mask settling over her features. She sits up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed and reaching for her clothes. The intimacy of the moment is shattered. She's running. Lake! She doesn't look at me. She pulls on her sweater, her movements quick and efficient. It was a long time ago, Baron, she says, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. She stands up, her back to me. It was a vacation fling. Doesn't matter anymore. She walks out of the bedroom without a backward glance. I listen to her footsteps, the sound of the front door opening and then clicking shut. I fall back against the pillows, the space beside me already growing cold. It doesn't matter anymore. It's the biggest lie she's ever told, and we both know it.
Chapter 13. Lake. I fled. That's the only word for it. After he started talking about Ibiza, about us, I ran from his apartment like a coward, my stupid, flimsy rules shattering around me. Doesn't matter anymore, I'd said. The biggest lie I've ever told. The 10 steps back to my own penthouse felt like a mile-long walk of shame. His partial confession, the family emergency, doesn't absolve him, but it complicates things. It introduces a variable I hadn't accounted for in my neat, orderly risk assessment of him. It suggests there's a story I don't know, one that might make him less of a villain and more of something else, something far more dangerous. Which brings me to tonight. Corporate holiday parties are a special circle of hell, and this one comes with the added torture of knowing he'll be there. All day, a low-grade hum of anxiety has been thrumming under my skin. How do we act? What are we now? The lines of our arrangement haven't just been blurred. They've been completely erased and redrawn with invisible, indelible ink. I arrive alone, a mutual, unspoken agreement. The ballroom is a sea of tailored suits and sequined dresses, the air thick with the scent of pine-scented air freshener and mediocre champagne. My internal radar activates, and I find him instantly. He's near the windows, a glass of scotch in hand, looking devastating in a dark gray suit. Our eyes meet. It's a fleeting electric connection. A flicker in his gaze acknowledges me, and I give a barely perceptible nod. The message is clear. Tonight, we are strangers. Miss Edwards and Mr. Norwood. The game is afoot. It's a torturous, exhilarating game. I take a deep breath, paste on my professional smile, and dive in. I find Marcus Thorne, the perpetually grumpy CFO of our corporate partner. Marcus, I say, my voice bright. That was a brilliant third-quarter earnings report. I nearly bought stock myself. He grunts, a smile threatening to crack his stony facade. Just creative accounting, Edwards. You know how it is. I call it artistry. I counter with a wink, and he actually chuckles. I make a mental note to send his assistant a gift basket. As he launches into a story about his golf game, my eyes drift. Baron is across the room now, locked in conversation with 2 men in identical pinstripe suits. He's listening intently, his expression serious, but then he glances up, his gaze sweeping the room as if searching for someone. For me. Our eyes lock for a bare second, before I quickly look back at Marcus, my heart doing a frantic little tap dance against my ribs. Later, I feel that familiar prickle on my neck. I'm talking to a potential new client, a woman named Sarah from a tech firm. So by integrating the charity auction component directly into the event's digital architecture, We're not just asking for donations. We're creating a competitive, gamified experience that drives engagement. I explain, my hands gesturing as I make my point. I can feel him watching me. I don't have to look. The heat of his gaze is a physical thing, but I do look. I can't help it. I glance over Sarah's shoulder, and there he is, leaning against a pillar, alone, just watching me. There's no lust in his expression. It's pride. A quiet, intense satisfaction that makes my stomach do a slow, dizzying flip. I quickly look away, my cheeks flaming. The night becomes a series of these near misses, a magnetic pull and push that leaves my nerves frayed. At one point, I'm heading toward the bar just as he's leaving it. The space is a bottleneck of bodies, forcing us to turn sideways. "Excuse me," a woman says, pushing past me. I stumble, and my arm brushes against his, a fleeting touch of warm wool and hard muscle. The contact is nothing, a perfectly normal casualty of a crowded room. But a jolt of pure electricity shoots up my arm. I pull back like I've been burned, my breath catching in my throat. I keep walking, not daring to look back, every cell in my body humming with awareness of him. Finally, the crowd starts to thin. I'm exhausted, my face hurts from smiling, and I'm ready to make my escape. I make one final trip to the bar to get a glass of water. There she is, the woman of the hour. I don't have to turn to know who it is. I paste on a polite smile and face my boss, Mr. Davenport. "Please call me James," he says, his eyes roaming over my dress. He steps closer, trapping me between his body and the bar. "You've been a superstar tonight, Lakeisha. The partners are thrilled." "Thank you," I say, trying to take a step to the side. He mirrors my movement. "Don't be modest." He lowers his voice, leaning in. And then I feel it. The warm, unwelcome pressure of his hand on the bare skin of my lower back. "You have a real talent for handling difficult clients. You know how to make them feel taken care of." My entire body goes rigid. A cold, crawling sensation works its way up my spine. I'm frozen, my professional smile a cheap, cracking mask. Then I see Baron. He's 20 feet away, but he might as well be standing on my shoulder. He sees it. He sees Davenport's hand. The change is instantaneous. The relaxed man from a moment ago is gone. His entire body has gone still, his jaw a hard, sharp line. He excuses himself from his conversation with a curt nod. His eyes locked on Davenport's hand. He starts moving. He doesn't rush, but there's a lethal, predatory purpose in his stride that makes the crowd seem to melt away from him. He doesn't stop until he's right beside me. "Lake," he says in a calm command that cuts through the party noise. "We're leaving." Before I can respond, Baron's hand closes around my arm. It's not a gentle touch. It's firm, possessive, an undeniable claim. He smoothly pulls me away from the bar, away from Davenport, his body shielding mine. "My apologies, James," Baron says over his shoulder, his voice dripping with icy contempt. "Miss Edwards and I have an early morning strategy session to prepare for. I'm sure you understand." He steers me through the crowd until we're in a quiet, empty corridor. He pushes me gently against the wall and finally lets go, planting his hands on either side of my head, caging me in. The cool, controlled lawyer is gone. The person in front of me is someone else entirely. His pupils dilated, his chest rising and falling in sharp, angry breaths. "Stay away from him," he says, his voice becoming a low, guttural growl that vibrates through the wall and into my bones. His eyes are blazing with a fire that has absolutely nothing to do with sex, or our arrangement, or any of the rules I so foolishly thought would protect me.
Chapter 14. Baron. The rage is a living thing inside me, a red-hot spike of iron in my gut. All I see is the image of that slime Davenport's hand on the small of her back, his thumb stroking her skin like he had the right. Like she was his. The thought alone is enough to make me want to commit murder. Stay away from him, I repeat, my voice a low growl I barely recognize as my own. Lake just stares at me, her back pressed against the corridor wall, her beautiful brown eyes wide with shock. She doesn't say a word. She doesn't have to. I can see the defiance starting to kindle behind the shock. I grab her elbow, my grip harder than I intend. We're leaving. She tries to wrench her arm free, her body going rigid. Let go of me, Baron, she hisses, her voice a low, furious whisper. I'm not going anywhere with you. This is a work event. It stopped being a work event the second he put his hands on you. I start pulling her through the thinning crowd toward the exit, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. You're making a scene, she says through gritted teeth, digging her heels in, creating a small, awkward struggle between us. Lakeisha! Norwood! Damn. I turn, forcing a smile onto my face that feels like a grimace. It's Davenport, his expression a mixture of confusion and proprietary annoyance. He's walking toward us. In a split second, I switch tactics. I release her elbow and slide my hand to the small of her back, the very spot that Jerk had his hand, and pull her firmly to my side. It's an act of pure, possessive claiming disguised as professional camaraderie. James, I say, my voice smooth as glass. Just the man. I'm stealing your star player for a bit. We've hit upon a brilliant idea for the lighting progression during the main reveal, and I need to walk her through it right now before I lose the thread. I give him a charming, conspiratorial smile. You know how these creative bursts are. Fleeting. Before he can formulate a response, I'm steering a stunned and silently fuming Lake toward the grand lobby doors. Her body is stiff as a board under my hand, but she doesn't fight me now. She knows we have an audience. The valet brings my car around, a sleek black sedan. I open the passenger door for her, and for a moment I think she's going to refuse to get in. She stands there, her chin lifted in that defiant way that drives me crazy, her eyes shooting daggers at me. I just stare back, my own expression leaving no room for argument. Finally, with a small, furious sigh, she slides into the seat. The car ride back to our building is a war fought in absolute silence. I grip the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The air is so thick with unspoken rage, it's a miracle the windows don't shatter. I want to yell. I want to slam my fist against the dashboard. I want to pull over, drag her into my arms, and kiss the defiant anger right off her lips. Instead, I just drive, the city lights blurring past us. I can feel her staring out the passenger window, her reflection a pale, stoic mask in the glass. She's angry. I know she is. She's furious at Davenport for being a creep, and she's furious at me for calling it out, for making her feel like she needed to be rescued, for making her feel. When we pull into the garage of our building, the silence stretches, becoming even heavier. We ride the elevator up to the penthouse floor without exchanging a single word. The soft ding of its arrival feels like a starting pistol. I practically drag her out and down the short hallway to my door, my key scraping against the lock as I jam it in. I shove the door open and pull her inside, slamming it shut behind us. The sound echoes in the quiet apartment like a gunshot. She rips her arm from my grasp. What the hell is your problem, Baron? My problem? A harsh, humorless laugh escapes me. I pull at my hair, trying to get a grip. It doesn't work. My problem is that I just watched your boss grope you in the middle of a crowded party while you stood there and took it. Her chin juts out, her eyes flashing with fury. I was handling it. And for the record, it's none of your goddamn business. The hell it isn't. I advance on her, backing her up against the door. I plant my hands on either side of her head, caging her in just as I did at the party. But this time there's no audience. Just us and the rage. Lake, answer the question. Has he done that before? I don't have to answer that. Yes, you do, I snarl, my face inches from hers. I can smell her perfume, the champagne on her breath. It's making me crazy. Has he touched you before? No, she finally spits out, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Has he made comments like that before? Complimented you in a way that had nothing to do with your job? My voice is sharp, the questions coming out like machine gun fire. This is what I do. I find the weakness, the truth, and I press. He's my boss. It's office politics. I can handle it. That's not an answer. I slam my fist against the door, right next to her head. She flinches, and a wave of self-loathing crashes through me, but it's drowned out by the possessive fury. Why didn't you tell him to get off? Because unlike you, I can't just burn the whole world down when I'm angry, she yells, her voice finally breaking. I have a career to protect, a job I fought for. I can't just slap my boss in front of his biggest partners. The raw frustration in her voice, the truth of her words, it does nothing to quell the fire in my gut. Just twist it into something else, something hotter, more desperate. So you just let him put his hands on what's mine? The words are out before I can stop them, raw and possessive. Her eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief turning into a cold, hard flame. I am not yours. The hell you aren't. And then words are gone. I crash my mouth down on hers. It's not a kiss. It's a punishment. An angry, brutal claiming. I'm trying to erase Davenport's touch, to brand her with my own. She struggles, her hands pushing hard against my chest, her muffled protests lost against my lips. I ignore them, pressing her harder against the solid wood of the door, one hand fisting in her hair, the other pinning her arms. I'm stronger, bigger, and my rage is a blind, deaf thing. All I know is the desperate, primal need to make her feel what I feel, to prove she belongs to me. But Lake is a fighter. With a surge of strength, she wrenches one arm free. The sound cracks through the air, sharp, loud, and utterly shocking. The sting explodes across my cheek, my head snapping to the side from the force of it. The kiss is broken. The spell of my fury is shattered. We're both breathing heavily, the only sound in the apartment. I slowly turn my head back to face her. My cheek is on fire. Her eyes are blazing not with passion, but with pure, undiluted rage. There are tears glistening on her lashes, but they are tears of anger, not surrender. You have no right, she seethes, her voice low and trembling with intensity. She shoves me back, and this time, I let her. You don't own me, Baron. You don't get to get angry on my behalf. You don't get to swoop in and play the protector. You lost that right. Every word is a perfectly aimed blow, and they hit harder than her hand ever could. You lost that right when you vanished from my life without a word, she continues, her voice breaking on the last word. You don't get to be jealous. Jealousy is an emotion, and if you recall the terms of our arrangement, emotions are off the table. She's using my own feelings as a weapon against me, using the rules she created to prove how badly I'm breaking them. And she's right. Every single word is the goddamn truth. The rage drains out of me in a rush, leaving behind a hollow, aching void filled with 8 years of regret. I see her then. Not just the woman I want to possess, but the woman I destroyed. The confident professional I just publicly undermined. The person whose trust I shattered so completely that she'd rather stand and take her boss's slimy advances than accept my help. I slowly raise a hand, not to her, but to my own stinging cheek. The physical pain is nothing compared to the gutting truth of her words. She looks wrecked. Her mascara is smudged, her dress is still wrinkled from my grip, and her whole body is trembling. But her chin is high. She is not broken. I look at her, at the magnificent, fiery woman standing in front of me, who just faced down my rage and won. The pretense of our deal, of this being some simple physical transaction, is a pathetic, laughable lie. I drop my hand, my voice rough with the truth we can no longer ignore. This isn't no strings, Lake, we both know it.
Chapter 15. Lake. His words hang, a verdict delivered in the ruins of our fight. This isn't no strings, Lake, and we both know it. He's right. And that is the most terrifying realization of my life. I leave his apartment in a daze, the slap still stinging my palm, the ghost of his furious kiss still burning on my lips. My carefully constructed arrangement, my brilliant, logical, emotion-free containment strategy is a smoking crater. It was never a shield. It was a cage, and I've been rattling the bars, begging to be let out from the moment I walked in. The possessiveness I saw in his eyes at the party wasn't an act. The raw, guttural rage in his voice when he confronted me wasn't part of the deal. And the way my own heart shattered when I screamed at him about the past, that wasn't a tactic. That was a wound, ripped open and exposed. I am completely, catastrophically out of control. For the next 3 days, I go into lockdown. I build my walls back up, brick by painful brick. I work. I pour every ounce of my focus into the Christmas ball, losing myself in the minutia of timelines and seating charts. When Barron emails me, my reply is clipped, professional, and signed, L. Edwards. I ignore the 2 texts he sends. I am a fortress. I am an island. I am a goddamn liar. By Friday night, the fortress is crumbling. I'm sitting on my floor, surrounded by fabric swatches, staring at my phone. I can't do this alone. I need an exorcism. I need Chloe. Me. SOS. Dinner tonight. My treat. Chloe. On my way. Our place. Don't you dare order without me. An hour later, I'm sitting in a small secluded booth at La Vita, our favorite neighborhood Italian spot. The air smells of garlic and warm bread, but I'm shredding a cocktail napkin into a sad, snowy pile. Chloe slides into the booth, shrugging off her coat. She opens her mouth to say something cheerful, but stops the second she gets a good look at my face. Her smile vanishes. Okay, she says, her voice low. Spill, you look like you've seen a ghost. Worse, I whisper. The ghost came back. She leans forward, her eyes wide. Barron, he's here? When? How? Almost 2 weeks ago, I admit, the words tasting like shame. Chloe's face falls, a look of hurt flashing in her eyes before she masks it with concern. Weeks? Lake, why didn't you tell me? A hot, prickly feeling spreads across my cheeks. How could I say, my voice cracking. How could I possibly call my best friend and tell her that the first thing I did in my new apartment was accidentally order $500 worth of sex toys and have them delivered to the one man on the planet I've never gotten over? And then, to make it worse, that I slept with him hours later? It was humiliating. Oh, honey. No, let me finish, I say, needing to get it all out. I thought I could handle it. I thought I could control it. Box it up. I made up this insane friends with benefits arrangement. I make air quotes with my fingers, the gesture feeling pathetic. I told myself it was a transaction, a system purge. If I told you, it would have made it real. It would have given it weight. And I wasn't ready for it to be real. I needed to believe it was temporary, that I was in charge. I finally look at her, my eyes pleading for her to understand my ridiculous, flawed logic. The pity in her expression is almost unbearable. She reaches across the table and covers my restless, napkin-shredding hands with her own. Okay, she says softly. So you had a mortifying reunion and a lapse in judgment. Then you came up with a terrible, emotionally stunted plan to manage the fallout. I get it, but what's happening now? Why do you look like this tonight? And so the rest of it comes pouring out of me. The work crisis, the party, the fight. When I'm done, I'm staring down at the ruins of my napkin, waiting for her to tell me to run. Instead, she just looks at me with that sad, knowing pity that makes my stomach clench. Oh, honey, she says. her voice impossibly gentle. You think you're falling in love with him? I don't know what this is, Chloe. It's a mess. It's getting too complicated. No, it's not, she says, shaking her head slowly. She leans forward, her eyes locking onto mine. It's actually very simple. You've been in love with him for 8 years. You just built a career, a new city, and a goddamn fortress around your heart, so you'd never have to admit it. The words hit me with like a punch to the solar plexus. The background noise of the restaurant fades away. I haven't been fighting my attraction to Baron. I've been fighting my love for him. The love I've been trying to kill since he disappeared from a sun-drenched beach in Ibiza and took my whole heart with him. I can't, I whisper, the denial tasting like ash in my mouth. My throat feels tight. I can't do this, Chloe. It's going to destroy me. It's already destroying you, Lake, she says softly, her grip on my hands tightening. Hiding from it is what's killing you. What are you going to do? I pull my hands away and drain my wine glass. I know what I have to do. I have to end it. Not because it's a logical strategy, but because it's the only act of self-preservation I have left. I have to cut him out before he takes root so deep inside me I can never get him out again. My resolve is a cold, hard stone in my chest as I stand outside his door. This is an execution, and I am the headsman. He opens the door, and the sight of him almost makes me forget my mission. He looks tired. When he sees me, a wave of relief washes over his face, so open it makes my heart hurt. Lake, he breathes. We need to talk, I say, in a voice as cold as the stone in my chest. I walk past him into the living room and turn to face him. I can't do this anymore, Baron. He goes very still. Do what? This, I say, gesturing between us. This arrangement. It's getting too complicated, and we need to stop before someone gets hurt, before I get hurt again. I brace myself for an argument, but he doesn't. He just stands there, watching me, his expression unreadable. He gives a slow, sad nod, as if I'm confirming something he already knew. He stares at me, his blue eyes filled not with anger, but with a devastating, soul-deep calm. Are you really going to let fear make you run away from me a second time? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Baron. Her back is to me, a rigid line of defense. Every instinct she has is screaming at her to flee, to get back to the safety of her own apartment where she can pretend this conversation never happened. I see her take the first step toward the door. Not this time. I won't lose her to a hallway again. I move before I can think, my body acting on an instinct that's 8 years old and twice as desperate. I don't grab her. I just step in front of her, blocking her path to the door. "Don't," I plead, a sound I barely recognize. "Lake, please, don't run." She stops, her eyes wide and trapped. "Baron, I can't." 5 minutes, I interrupt, holding up a hand. "Just give me 5 minutes to tell you the truth, the whole truth. And if you still want to walk out that door, I won't stop you." She hesitates, her whole body vibrating with the urge to escape. But I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the question she's been wanting to ask for years. She gives a small, almost imperceptible nod. Relief, potent and dizzying, washes over me. I gently guide her by the elbow to the sofa, but I don't sit beside her. I can't. I need to move. I pace in front of her, running a hand through my hair, trying to find the words, the right place to start. "You're right," I begin, my voice rough. "I vanished. I know that's what it felt like, what it was. But I never wanted to leave you." I stop pacing and finally look at her. "I was going to ask you to come back to the States with me, Lake. That last night, I had it all planned out." Her breath hitches, a tiny wounded sound. And then my phone rang. The memory is as sharp and clear as if it were yesterday. The world goes gray at the edges, the scent of her apartment replaced by the memory of salt and sea air. It was my dad, my grandmother, my Nana. She'd had a massive heart attack. She was gone, just like that. I have to stop, the words catching in my throat. My grandmother was the matriarch of the Norwood family, the steel spine, the one person whose approval I ever actually gave a damn about. Everything after that call is a blur, I continue, starting to pace again. I was 22. I'd never lost anyone. I remember packing my bag, my hands shaking. I remember the flight home feeling like it was 100 hours long. The whole time, the only thing I could think about was you. That I needed to call you to explain. Your number was in my phone. It was the only way I had to reach you. I stop in front of her again, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. And then I lost it. My phone. I don't know if it was in the taxi from the airport or during the chaos at the hospital with my family. All I know is 1 minute it was there, and the next it was gone. And your number was gone with it. I look at her, searching her face for any sign that she believes me. Her expression is guarded, but she's listening. The week that followed was the worst of my life. The funeral, my father falling apart, me trying to hold everything together. I was a kid trying to do a man's job. And when the dust finally settled, all I had was a name, Lake Edwards, and the name of the hotel you'd been staying at in Ibiza. I let out a harsh, self-deprecating laugh. I tried. I called the hotel. They said no one by that name had checked out in the last week. I hired a private investigator. He found 36 Lake Edwards in the UK and another 50 in the US. None of them were you. And then I trail off, the shame of it a bitter taste in my mouth. And then I gave up. I was a stupid, grieving, cowardly kid, and I gave up. It is the single greatest regret of my life. There hasn't been a day in 8 years that I haven't thought about you. The silence in the room is absolute. I've laid the ugliest, most pathetic parts of my past at her feet. So when I saw your name on that packing slip, I say, my voice dropping, I thought I was hallucinating. And when you opened that door, it was like the whole world snapped back into focus. I finally sit down on the coffee table in front of her, leaning forward, my hands on my knees. I need her to see the truth in my eyes. I know I've been a jerk since I got back. The meetings, the teasing, even agreeing to your ridiculous arrangement. It was all a lie, Lake. It was a desperate, clumsy strategy to get close to you again. I would have agreed to any rules, any terms, just for the chance to be in the same room as you. I reach out, my hand hovering just above her knee. I don't touch her. The choice has to be hers. I'm not that 22-year-old kid anymore. I don't want a temporary fling. I don't want an arrangement with an expiration date. I want it all. With you. Her eyes are glistening with unshed tears, her beautiful face a canvas of confusion and pain, and a fragile, flickering hope. I'm not asking you to forget the past, I say, my voice thick with an emotion I can no longer hide. I'm asking you to give me a chance to build a future. Say yes, Lake.
Chapter 17. Lake. His words hangs in the air, a quiet, devastating accusation that short-circuits my entire nervous system. Are you really going to let fear make you run away from me a second time? My throat closes. My mind is a roaring vortex of his words, his story, the raw, unguarded pain in his eyes. He's offering me everything I've ever wanted and everything I'm terrified to have, an explanation, a future. A reason to tear down the walls I've so carefully built. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't give him an answer because the answer is a war and I am the battlefield. So I do the only thing I know how to do. I run. I don't say a word. I just turn, my movements stiff and jerky, and walk out of his apartment. The short journey across the hall feels like crossing a continent. My hand trembles as I fumble with the lock on my own door. I slip inside, shutting it behind me with a soft final click. I slide down the cool, smooth wood until I'm sitting on the floor, my arms wrapped tight around my knees, and listen to the frantic, panicked thumping of my own heart. That night, sleep is a forgotten luxury. I lie awake all night in my half-assembled bed, staring at the unfamiliar patterns the city lights cast on my ceiling. His confession plays on a continuous, torturous loop. The crack in his voice when he said his grandmother's name. The self-loathing when he admitted he gave up. The raw, desperate plea in his final question. My heart aches with a sympathy I don't want to feel, a fierce protective urge to soothe the wounds of the boy he used to be. But my mind, the cold, practical architect of my life, screams at me. It's a tactic, a perfectly executed story from a brilliant lawyer designed to get past your defenses. Don't be a fool twice. The next day at the office is a masterclass in faking it. I'm in a morning meeting about lighting rigs for the ballroom, sitting at the head of a long polished table. Mark, the lead technician, is droning on about lumens and trusses, pointing at a complex schematic on the screen. I nod, my pen poised over my notepad. The very picture of the in-control director. Inside my head, it's chaos. The grief in his eyes. Mark's voice fades into a meaningless buzz. All I'm able to see is Baron's face. The raw, unguarded pain when he talked about his grandmother. A look a man can't fake. My pen starts to move, but I'm not taking notes. I'm doodling a single looping wave, the same shape as the tattoo on my ankle. I catch myself and scribble it out, my cheeks flushing with heat. I force myself to focus. Mark is talking about pin spots. Important. I need to hear this. I was a stupid, grieving, cowardly kid. And I gave up. My pen begins to click. A fast, frantic rhythm against the quiet hum of the conference room. Click, 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 click. It's the only sound I can hear. The frantic Morse code of my own unraveling. Mark falters, losing his place. A few heads at the table turn toward me. I see my assistant, Maya, give me a small, worried look from the end of the table. Mortified, I clamp my hand over the pen, forcing it into silence. So, Mark says, clearing his throat and looking directly at me. Given the ceiling height in the mezzanine and the draping specifications, Do you agree that the static cross truss is the most efficient option for the pin spots? The question hangs in the air. The entire room is looking at me, waiting for my expert opinion, and I have absolutely no idea what he just said. The last 5 minutes of his presentation are a complete blank. Panic, cold and sharp, shoots through me. This has never happened. I am never unprepared. I stall, my mind racing. I look at the schematic on the screen, my eyes scanning for any clue. Truss, mezzanine, draping. The cross truss could create a visual impediment with the velvet draping we've chosen, I say, my voice sounding impressively calm. It's a cleaner look to have the source lighting hidden. What are the weight-bearing specs for a flying rig over that section? It's a bluff, but a good one. It redirects the question and makes me sound like I was 3 steps ahead of him. Mark blinks, then starts flipping through his papers. I've bought myself a few seconds to breathe, but I know what just happened. I almost failed. The fortress didn't just crack. A whole section of the wall just fell into the moat. After the meeting, I escaped to my office, shutting the door behind me and leaning against it, my heart pounding. I reach for my phone, my thumb swiping the screen on pure instinct. It's dark. No texts, no calls. A weak, traitorous part of me is desperate for him to push, to text me, to force the issue, to give me another target for my anger, so I don't have to face this terrifying hope. But there is only silence. He's giving me space, and the quiet, unexpected act of respect is more unsettling than any argument. It feels like patience. It feels like he's certain of the outcome. It makes me want to scream. The next day is worse. The silence in my apartment is a living thing, amplifying the war in my head. I try to eat, but the food tastes like cardboard. I try to unpack, but the effort of creating a home feels pointless when my entire foundation has been cracked. Defeated, I find myself on the living room floor, staring at the master plans for the Christmas ball. Blueprints, timelines, fabric swatches. A monument to my control, now looking like the records of a forgotten civilization. My fingers trace the sharp, decisive lines of the ballroom layout, and my eyes catch on a scrawled note in the margin of the security overview. Check sightlines from here. Potential blind spot. It's Baron's handwriting, and the memories flood in. Not the fire, not the sex. The other moments, the ones I haven't let myself examine. I'm back in my kitchen, drowning in the floral crisis, my hands freezing, my mind spiraling. And he's there, his presence a strange, calming weight. The memory is so vivid, I can almost feel the warmth of the tea mug he pressed into my hands, his voice a low, firm anchor in my panic. Stay. I'm at the party, the heat of Davenport's hand on my back making my skin crawl. I remember the world narrowing, the feeling of being trapped. And then Baron, his face a mask of cold fury, his body a shield as he pulled me away. The feeling of his hand on my arm wasn't a request. It was a statement, a feeling of being protected even from myself. And then I'm in his apartment, looking into his eyes as he tells me about his grandmother. It wasn't a performance. The raw, unguarded grief I saw there, that was real. The regret was real. A man can't fake that kind of pain. A lawyer can't fake that kind of truth. Chloe's words echo in my head. You've been in love with him for 8 years. The fear is a cold, familiar weight in my chest. It tells me to lock the door, to bury myself in my work, to let the silence from next door stretch into days, then weeks, then years. It's the voice that has kept me safe. It's the voice that has kept me alone. But for the first time, a fragile, flickering hope rises up to meet it. It's a terrifying, beautiful warmth that feels a lot like courage. Staying here in my safe, lonely fortress is no longer a strategy. It's a life sentence. My body is moving before my brain can issue a veto. I stand up, my legs feeling steadier than they have in days. I leave the apartment, my bare feet silent on the cool floor of the hallway. I stop in front of his door. PHA. My hand is trembling as I raise it. My heart is pounding a frantic, terrifying, hopeful rhythm against my ribs. I knock. Chapter 18. Lake. The door swings open. Baron stands there, and the hope that had flared in his eyes when he asked his question dies, replaced by a weary, pained resignation as he sees me standing on his doorstep once again. He thinks I'm here to deliver the final blow. Baron, I start, my voice unsteady. What you asked, a chance to build a future. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the fragile courage I found on my living room floor threatening to desert me. My head is screaming at me that this is a terrible idea, that I'm going to get hurt. His jaw tightens. He nods, bracing himself. But my heart, I finally meet his gaze, and I let him see everything. The fear, the hope, the love I've been hiding from for 8 years. My heart is tired of being safe. It wants to be brave. I offer him a small, trembling smile. Yes, Baron, I'll give you a chance. A real one. The relief that crashes over his face is a tidal wave. It's so profound, so absolute it steals my breath. He doesn't move for a moment, just stares at me, his eyes drinking me in as if he's afraid I'm a mirage that will vanish if he blinks. He takes a half step toward me, then stops himself, as if there's an invisible line he's afraid to cross without my permission. He runs a hand through his messy hair, a gesture I've seen him make a dozen times in anger or passion, but this time it's different. It's uncertain, unsteady. Okay, he says, voice thick and a little hoarse. He clears his throat. Okay, so... He looks at me, and the brilliant, confident lawyer looks completely terrified of my answer to a question he hasn't even asked yet. Can I take you to dinner, tonight? He rushes the words out, as if afraid he'll lose his nerve. Like a real date. No rules, no arrangement, just us? He takes me to a place I've never been, a tiny candlelit restaurant tucked away on a quiet side street. There are only a dozen tables, the murmur of conversation a low, intimate hum. It's the kind of place you go when you don't want to be seen. It feels like a secret. The waiter pours a deep red wine into our glasses. Baron watches me over the rim of his, the flickering candlelight dancing in his eyes. The air is thick with unspoken words, with the weight of mamayes. So, he rumbles, Senior Director of Events, is it everything you thought it would be when you were planning your world takeover back in Ibiza? A small, genuine smile touches my lips. It's more meetings than I expected, and more politics. I swirl the wine in my glass, the memory of 100 sterile boardrooms flashing in my mind. I remember my first big pitch after I was promoted to junior director. I walked into the room, and it was a sea of gray suits. I was the only woman at the table and the only black person. His expression sobers. His focus sharpens on me. What happened? The client, this old money type, looked right past me and asked me to get him a coffee. He thought I was the assistant. A muscle jumps in Baron's jaw, a flicker of cold anger in his eyes. That jerk, what did you do? I smiled. Asked him if he took cream or sugar and brought him the damn coffee. I say with a shrug. And then, for the next hour, I systematically and politely dismantled every single point his marketing director made and presented a plan so airtight they had no choice but to give me the account. Baron stares at me, and the anger in his eyes melts away, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated admiration. Of course you did, he says, a slow grin spreading across his face. You've always been a fighter, even when you're fighting a flock of doves. I groan, covering my face with my hands. Oh my God, I can't believe you know about that. Are you kidding? It's one of my favorite memories. He leans forward, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Tell me again. I want to hear your version. I peek at him through my fingers. It was a minimalist tech launch. The theme was seamless integration. Clean lines, white space, you know the drill. And there was a miscommunication with the atmospheric enhancement vendor. I thought I was ordering a single symbolic white dove for a cage release moment. I got 50. 50 live cooing, very messy doves delivered to the lobby an hour before the event. Baron throws his head back and laughs. It's not a smirk or a controlled chuckle. It's a deep, genuine, unrestrained sound of pure joy that fills the small space. It's unguarded and real, and the sight of it hits me harder than any of his intense, smoldering stares. It makes my entire body feel like it's vibrating on a higher frequency. It was a disaster, I say, laughing with him. There were feathers everywhere. One of them pooped on the CEO's shoulder. I spent the next 2 weeks personally apologizing and sending out dry cleaning vouchers. And you still have a career, he says, his laughter subsiding into a warm, genuine smile. You're incredible, Lake. The laughter dies down, and a comfortable, warm silence settles between us. He's just looking at me, his expression open and full of a feeling I'm too scared to name. The tension is still there, a low, powerful current running beneath the surface of our conversation. But it's different now. It's not the sharp, desperate edge of lust. It's the warm, heavy pull of something deeper. When he pays the bill, and we step out into the cold night air, the warmth of the restaurant feels like a lifetime ago. He opens the car door for me, and as I slide in, his hand brushes against mine. The contact is electric, a jolt of pure, unadulterated want that zings straight to my core. The moment he's in the driver's seat, the polite facade shatters. I launch myself across the center console, my mouth finding his. It's a frantic, messy kiss. Tongues tangling, teeth clashing. A desperate attempt to close the distance the last 8 years has carved between us. My hands are in his hair, pulling him closer. My body trying to melt into his. He groans, his hands sliding up my back, under my coat. His palms hot against my skin. He's the one who breaks away. His forehead touching mine, our breaths coming in ragged, white puffs in the cold air. Lake, he gasps, his voice a raw groan. If we don't stop, I'm going to take you right here in the front seat of my car, and you deserve better than that. He pulls back, his eyes dark and blazing with a promise that makes my core clench. I want you in my bed. His words, his control, the sheer respect in his declaration, it's the most powerful aphrodisiac I've ever known. The frantic, desperate haze of lust in my mind clears, replaced by a sharp, delicious anticipation. A slow, wicked smile spreads across my face. I lean forward again, just enough for my lips to brush against his ear. Then what are we waiting for? I whisper. Before he can answer, I pull back completely, smoothing the front of my dress with deliberate care. I sit back properly in my seat, folding my hands primly in my lap like a perfect patient girl. A low, strangled groan rumbles in his chest. You're going to be the death of me, Edwards. He turns the key, the engine roaring to life. The drive to the building's private garage is the longest minute of my life. The air in the car thick with everything we're not doing yet. The moment he cuts the engine, he's out of the car and opening my door before I can reach for the handle. He takes my hand, his fingers lacing tightly with mine as he pulls me to my feet. The silent elevator ride up to the penthouse is pure, unadulterated torture. He doesn't let go of my hand. His thumb strokes slow, deliberate circles over my knuckles, each movement sending a fresh wave of heat through my veins. Every beat of my heart is a countdown. The air is thick with promise, with everything he's waiting to do the second that door closes behind us. The second the door to PHA clicks shut behind us, I'm on him. I jump, wrapping my legs around his waist, my mouth crashing down on his. He stumbles back, his hands cupping my buttocks, lifting me higher against him. We move as one, a clumsy, desperate tangle of limbs, coats, and kisses as he carries me toward the bedroom. We fall onto the bed, a heap of tangled bodies and shed clothing. He pulls back to look at me, his eyes full of a reverence that makes me feel beautiful. "The years have been good to you, Baron," I whisper, my fingers tracing the hard line of his jaw, the faint laugh lines around his eyes. He captures my hand, kissing my palm. "You're even more beautiful now," he says. "More woman?" His other hand sweeps down my side, from my ribs to the curve of my hip. "I love your curves, all of them." "What else do you love?" I ask, the question a breathless dare. He smiles, a slow, devastating thing. "I love your mind, the way it works, the way you see angles no one else does." He leans down, lips brushing against the swell of my breast. "I love your mouth, not just for this," he murmurs, his tongue tracing the lace of my bra, "but for the way you use it to get exactly what you want." He continues his slow, tortuous path downward, his warm breath ghosting over my stomach. "I love the fire in you, the way you fought me, the way you fight for everything." He looks up at me, his eyes blazing. "I love all of it." I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. After a long time, when our breathing has slowed to a soft, even rhythm, he props himself up on his elbows, his expression more open and vulnerable than I've ever seen it. He brushes a damp curl from my forehead, his thumb stroking my cheek with a tenderness that makes my eyes burn. He looks at me, his blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and whispers the 3 words that change everything. "I love you, Lake." I stare up at him, my heart a wild, beautiful mess in my chest. His love a warm, terrifying blanket settling over me. The words are on the tip of my tongue, screaming to be let out. I love you too. But my fear, that old stubborn ghost, holds them captive. I stay silent.
Chapter 19. Baron. I wake up to the sun streaming through my windows and the scent of her hair on my pillow. Lake is still asleep, her body curled into mine, one arm thrown across my chest. Her face, soft and peaceful in the morning light, is a picture of unguarded trust. Last night she didn't say the words back, but she stayed. She stayed, and in the quiet, tangled space of my bed, she gave me an answer that was louder than any words. She chose this. She chose us. For the first time in 8 years, the constant grinding ache of regret in my chest is gone. It's been replaced by a feeling so light and buoyant, it feels like it might lift me right off the bed. I watch her sleep until her eyes start to flutter open. They find mine, and for a second, I see a flicker of the old panic. The fear. And then it softens, melting away into a shy, breathtaking smile. "Morning," she whispers, her voice thick with sleep. "Morning," I say, my own voice rough. I lean down and kiss her, a slow, sensual kiss that has very little to do with sex and everything to do with a promise. We have coffee on my balcony, wrapped in blankets against the December chill, the city spread out beneath us. The conversation is easy, punctuated by comfortable silences. We talk about the meeting we have in a few hours, the ridiculous amount of work left to do on the ball. It's the same work we've been doing for weeks, but the context has fundamentally changed. We're not client and director anymore. We're a team. We leave for the office separately, a necessary concession to professionalism. But as I watch her walk down the hallway to her own apartment, all I can think about is coming home to her tonight. I'm walking on air all morning. Every legal document I review feels simple. Every phone call is a victory. The world is sharper, brighter. Because for the first time it feels like I've finally, truly set things right. The team meeting for the ball is in the main hotel boardroom. When Lake walks in wearing a sharp cream-colored suit, she gives me a brief, professional nod. To anyone else, it's a polite greeting. To me, it's a secret smile, a shared intimacy in a room full of strangers. She's magnificent. She takes her place at the head of the table and commands the room, laying out the week's agenda with a cool, efficient authority that makes my manhood stir. I watch her, filled with a pride so fierce it's almost painful. This brilliant, powerful woman chose me. Which brings us to the revised budget for the floral arrangements, she's saying, clicking to a new slide on the presentation. While the rush fees are significant, I've been able to reallocate funds from the secondary lighting budget and the contingency fund to cover the majority of the overage, without impacting any other key design elements. And you think that's a wise use of the contingency fund, Lakeisha? The voice is smooth, condescending. Davenport. He's leaning back in his chair, a smug look on his face, deliberately using her full name in a way that's meant to sound paternal and dismissive. Lake doesn't flinch. I do, James. The floral arrangements are a primary focal point. A reduction in quality would be noticed immediately. The secondary lighting, while important, is atmospheric. The trade-off is strategically sound. Is it? He pushes, a nasty little smile playing on his lips. Or is it just an expensive fix for a problem that happened on your watch? Perhaps we should stick to what we know works, instead of making risky, last-minute budgetary shifts. The air in the room goes cold. It's a direct, public challenge to her authority. I see her hand instinctively reach for her pen, her knuckles white. I see the flicker of humiliation and anger in her eyes. And the calm, happy bubble I've been living in all morning pops. The rage I felt at the party comes roaring back. But this time it's ice cold and razor sharp. I let the silence stretch for a beat, drawing the attention of the entire room. Then I clear my throat softly. James, I say, my voice quiet, almost conversational. Everyone turns to me. I was with Ms. Edwards when the call came in about the vendor's bankruptcy. I was also the one who vetted the new contract. I lean forward, my eyes locking on his. As I'm sure you're aware, having reviewed it so thoroughly yourself, that contract contains significant penalty clauses for any deviation from the approved design scheme. Undermining Ms. Edwards' authority on this point, an authority she is exercising to uphold that contract, could be construed as actively impeding its execution. I let that hang in the air for a moment before delivering the killing blow. And my family takes its contracts very, very seriously. Any action that puts us at risk of a breach, well, that would be a very expensive problem for everyone involved. Davenport's face goes pale. The smug smile is gone, replaced by a look of pure, impotent fury. The rest of the room is utterly silent, staring at the table, a tangible wave of fear rolling off them. I lean back in my chair, my expression neutral. Please continue, Lake. You were explaining the reallocation. She gives me a tiny, almost imperceptible nod, her eyes shining with something I can't quite decipher. She continues with the presentation, her voice as steady and confident as ever. The meeting ends in a cloud of awkward tension. As people file out, my eyes meet Lake's across the table. I give her a small, slow wink. A smile plays on her lips. We're a team. A powerhouse. At that moment, I see it. Her gaze drops to her laptop screen, which has just lit up with a notification. Her smile vanishes. The color drains from her face, replaced by a look of cold dread. I don't have to see the entirety of the email to know who it's from, or the fury it contains.
Chapter 20. Lake. The email notification pings on my screen, a single sharp command that makes the blood in my veins run cold. From James Davenport. Subject: urgent. My office, now. Barron's eyes are on me and to my laptop. His expression sharp with concern. He saw my reaction. He knows. I give him a tight, almost imperceptible shake of my head, a silent message. I'll handle this. I close my laptop, my movements precise and controlled, and stand up. If you'll all excuse me, I say to the room, my voice a cool, even tone that betrays none of the acid churning in my stomach. I have another matter to attend to. The walk to James Davenport's office is the longest in the building. His is the corner suite on the top floor, a glass and mahogany monstrosity, with a view that could make God feel insecure. It's a room designed to remind you of your own insignificance. Today, I refuse to be insignificant. His door is open. He's standing by the window, his back to me, looking out at the city. You wanted to see me? I ask, my voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. He turns, and the mask of the charming paternal senior partner is gone. His face is tight with a cold, ugly fury. Close the door, Lakeisha. The use of my full name is a deliberate power play. I close the door, the soft click of the latch sounding like a gavel. I don't sit. I stand in the room, my hands clasped loosely in front of me, and wait. What the hell was that? He finally says, his voice dropping to a low, angry hiss. You'll have to be more specific, I say, my tone perfectly neutral. Don't play dumb with me, he snaps, taking a step toward me. In the meeting? Letting your new boyfriend humiliate me in front of my own team, in front of the hotel partners. Do you have any idea how that makes me look? How it makes this firm look? My spine goes rigid. My new boyfriend is Baron Norwood, our client, and he was correcting a condescending and unprofessional line of questioning that you directed at me. A harsh, ugly laugh escapes him. Oh, I see. So you're admitting it now that you're together? He was defending your honor. How noble. Tell me, is sleeping with the client part of the new strategy you've developed? Is that how you're handling him? The accusation is so vile, so far over the line, that for a moment I can't breathe. All the air has been sucked from the room. I can feel my nails digging into the palms of my hands. The small, sharp pain a welcome anchor in a sea of rage. My relationship with Mr. Norwood, personal or professional, is none of your concern, I say, voice dropping to a dangerously quiet level. The hell it isn't. He's in my space now, his cologne cloying and suffocating. I brought you onto this project. I took you under my wing when you were just a junior director. Every opportunity, every success you've had at this firm, you've had because I put you in the position to succeed. I stare at him, a cold, clarifying fury washing away every last shred of respect I ever had for this man. He isn't just my boss. In his mind, he's my creator, and he's angry his creation is no longer performing as designed. Every success I've had at this firm, James, I say, my voice like ice, is because I am exceptionally good at my job. Because I have worked 60-hour weeks and sacrificed my personal life for a decade to get to where I am. You didn't give me anything. I earned it. His face twists into an ugly sneer. Did you? Or were you just smart enough to know who to impress? He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that makes my skin crawl. I know how this works. A man like Norwood, he doesn't see a partner when he looks at you. He sees a conquest, a temporary distraction. And when he's done with you, when this little fling of yours is over, who do you think will still be here? He lets the question hang in the air. It's not a question. It's a threat. End it, he says, his tone shifting to one of false concern. End it with him, Lakeisha. It's a conflict of interest. It's bad for your career. It's a mess waiting to happen. He's giving me an ultimatum. Him or Baron, my career or my heart. And in that moment, the choice is laughably, blindingly clear. I take a slow, deliberate step back, creating a chasm of space between us. I look him dead in the eye, and the terrified, people-pleasing girl I used to be is gone. In her place is a queen, and he is a gnat in her throne room. My personal life is not, and will never be, a subject for discussion, I say, my voice cold and steady. Your behavior, however, is wildly inappropriate and unprofessional. This conversation is over. If you have a problem with the execution of the Norwood Christmas ball, you can send me an email. I don't wait for a reply. I turn, my back straight, and walk toward the door. I feel his eyes on me, a burning, hateful glare. I'm just about to pull the door open when his voice, dangerously quiet, stops me in my tracks. You'll regret this, Lakeisha.
Chapter 21. Baron. I can't work. I'm sitting in my office, a 100-page deposition on my desk, and I can see the look on Lake's face when she read that email. The way her smile vanished, the way the color drained from her cheeks, the way the light in her eyes went out. He did something, said something. And the fact that she walked into his office alone, after I publicly castrated him, makes my skin crawl. I've been staring at my phone for the last hour, fighting the urge to text her, to knock on her door. Damn it. I cross the hall and knock on her door. It takes her a long time to answer. When she finally opens it, she's wearing a soft, oversized sweater and leggings, her hair a loose cloud of curls around her shoulders. She's trying for a look of casual indifference, but I can see the tension in her jaw, the faint, bruised look around her eyes. "Hey," she says a little too brightly. "Everything okay?" "No," I say, my voice flat. "Tell me what he said." She flinches, her mask of nonchalance cracking. "It's work stuff, Baron, it's fine. I handled it. I'm a litigator, Lake. I can smell a lie from a mile away." I step inside, forcing her to back up and close the door behind me. "You walked out of that meeting looking like you'd conquered the world. You walked out of his office looking like you'd seen a ghost. Tell me what he said." She deflates, all the fight going out of her in a rush. She walks over to the sofa and sinks into it, pulling a blanket over her lap. "He accused me of sleeping with you to keep the account," she says, her voice becoming a low, humiliated murmur. The air in the room turns to ice. The hot, possessive rage I felt at the party is gone. In its place is something much colder, sharper, a calm, precise fury that settles deep in my bones. This isn't jealousy anymore. This is a declaration of war. "He what?" I say, my voice dangerously quiet. "He told me my success was because of him," she continues, her eyes fixed on a loose thread on the blanket. "That he took me under his wing, and that he could take it all away just as easily. He told me to end things with you, for the good of my career." I stand there, listening, a predator that has just caught the scent of blood. Every word she says is another nail in Davenport's professional coffin. My mind is already working, processing the information, filing it away. The anger is there, a white-hot core of it, but my training, my instinct, is wrapping it in ice. "And then he threatened you," I state. "It's not a question." She looks up, surprised. "He said I'd regret it." "Of course he did." I walk over to her bar, my movements stiff and controlled. I pour 2 glasses of scotch, neat, and hand one to her. "This isn't just your boss being a jerk, Lake. This is textbook harassment. He used his position of authority to threaten your job security based on your personal life. He created a hostile work environment. He's a walking, talking lawsuit. She takes a sip of the scotch, a flicker of her usual fire returning to her eyes. I know. You need to document everything, I say, my lawyer brain taking over completely now. Write down everything you remember from that conversation, word for word. Note the time, the date. Save the email he sent. Every interaction from now on, you log it. Already did, she says quietly. I stop. You what? I came back here and wrote down the entire conversation, verbatim. I printed the email from the meeting and his summons to my office and put them in a file at home. I started a log. She finally meets my gaze, and the woman staring back at me isn't a victim. She's a fighter. I'm not stupid, Baron. I know men like him. I've been preparing for the worst since the day he put his hand on my back at that party. A wave of awe so powerful it almost knocks me off my feet, crashes over me. She's not just brilliant and beautiful and passionate. She's a warrior. She was preparing for battle while I was still just seeing red. I cross the room in 2 strides and kneel in front of her. I take the glass from her hand and set it aside. I cup her face in my hands, my thumb stroking her cheeks. You are incredible, I whisper, my voice thick with an emotion that is pure, unadulterated reverence. I lean in and kiss her. It's not a kiss of passion or lust. It's a kiss of awe, of respect, of a love so deep it scares me. When I pull back, I rest my forehead against hers. I'm proud of you, but that doesn't change a thing. I can handle him, she says in a stubborn protest. I know you can, I say. Your documentation, your strength, that's your shield. That's how you protect yourself. But I'm your sword. Your preparation is for defense. My involvement is for his utter annihilation. I pull back, my eyes locking with hers, letting her see the absolute conviction in them. I am the client, Lake, the most important client this firm has, and I'm going to leverage that position to burn him to the ground. I stand up, a cold, grim satisfaction settling over me. The plan is already forming in my mind, a series of precise, legal maneuvers that will dismantle James Davenport's career, piece by piece. With a man like, I'm sure this isn't his first sexual harassment with a colleague, but it will be his last. He has no idea who he's messing with, I say, my eyes like chips of ice. Let's let him dig his own grave.
Chapter 22. Lake. I open my door on Saturday morning to find Baron leaning against the frame, a coffee carrier in one hand and a determined look on his face. Good morning, he says, his smile making the corners of his eyes crinkle. I come bearing a truce. He hands me a coffee that smells like heaven. A truce? I ask, taking a cautious sip. It's perfect. Of course it is. Today is a no-work day, he declares, stepping inside. There will be no discussion of contracts, vendors, or James Davenport. There will be no spreadsheets. There will only be us. And Christmas, non-negotiable. My first instinct, my deeply ingrained, workaholic instinct, is to protest. The ball is less than a week away. There are a million things to do. But then I look at him, at the easy, happy confidence on his face, and I realize I don't want to protest. I don't want to be senior director of events today. I just want to be Lake. Okay, I say, a real genuine smile spreading across my face. Okay, Norwood, you've got a deal. An hour later, I'm shivering in a field of evergreen trees, the scent of pine sharp and clean in the cold air. We're at a Christmas tree farm just outside the city, a place so wholesome and festive, it feels like a movie set. This one, Baron says decisively, pointing to a towering, slightly lopsided fir tree. Absolutely not, I say, circling it with a critical eye. It's leaning, and it has a bald spot. It has character, he argues, running a hand over its needles. It's an underdog tree. We have to rescue it. We are not bringing a charity case into my penthouse, I say, laughing. We spend the next half hour arguing playfully over the merits of various spruces and pines, our breath puffing out in white clouds. It's the most normal, light-hearted, and utterly wonderful time I've had in years. We finally settle on a perfectly symmetrical, ridiculously expensive noble fir that smells like a forest after it rains. Back in my apartment, the real work begins. The magnificent noble fir, now freed from its netting, stands propped in the corner of my living room, its fresh, woody scent slowly starting to conquer the smell of new paint. It makes the rest of the space, still dotted with unpacked boxes, look bare and unfinished. Jerk, Baron grunts from the floor, where he's wrestling with the three-legged metal tree stand as if it's a hostile witness. This thing was designed by a sadist. A laugh bubbles up in my chest. I leave him to his battle and head to the kitchen. I pull out my laptop, open my music library, and a moment later, the warm, nostalgic sound of Bing Crosby's voice fills the apartment. I find a large pot and begin my own project, dropping in cinnamon sticks and whole cloves, slicing a bright orange and studding it with more cloves. I pour in a bottle of deep red wine, and soon the air begins to thicken with the most perfect Christmas scent imaginable, rich, warm, and sweet. I give up, Baron declares, finally getting the tree secured. He stands up, brushing his hands on his jeans. What's next, Director? I point to a large, daunting cardboard box. Lights. He opens it and pulls out a single monolithic tangle of green wire and multicolored bulbs. It's a bird's nest the size of a small dog. He holds it up with 2 fingers, a look of mock horror on his face. You're kidding me. This is your plan? The hyper-organized Lake Edwards' plan is a ball of knotted chaos? It's a vintage aesthetic, I retort, handing him a steaming mug of mulled wine. Now, sit. We'll divide and conquer. We end up on the floor, sitting cross-legged on my new rug, the tangled mess between us. The wine is hot and sweet on my tongue. Bing Crosby is crooning about sleigh bells. And I'm trying to untangle Christmas lights with the man who has systematically untangled my entire life. White lights are classier, he says, trying to trace a single strand through the knot. Absolutely not, I counter, pulling a red bulb free. Christmas is about color. It's supposed to be joyful, not tastefully minimalist. My soul is tastefully minimalist, he deadpans. Your soul is a mess of contradictions, Norwood. Don't lie to me. He just grins, and we fall into a comfortable, focused silence. The only sounds are the soft rustle of the wires, the music, and our breathing. He's working on one side of the knot, and I'm on the other. Our shoulders are almost touching. As I work a particularly stubborn tangle, my fingers brush against his. A jolt, small but potent, sparks between us. It's not the sharp, desperate zap of lust from our first few encounters. It's warm, a low humming current. I look up, and he's already looking at me. His expression soft. He doesn't pull his hand away. His fingers just rest against mine for a beat too long, a silent acknowledgement before we both go back to work. And in that small, quiet moment, it hits me. There are no rules here. There's no tension, no subtext, no game. He's not the client. I'm not the director. We're just a man and a woman, sitting on the floor, drinking mulled wine and untangling Christmas lights. This is easy. It's the most terrifying and wonderful feeling I've ever had. This quiet domestic peace is something I've read about, seen in movies, but never believed was for me. It's everything I've ever secretly wanted and never, ever let myself have. My dad always made a huge deal about the star. Baron's words cut through the silence as he hands me a delicate silver and white beaded ornament. We weren't allowed to put a single other ornament on the tree until the star was in place. My Nana started the tradition. He says her name, Nana, and there's a flicker of old sadness in his eyes, but it's followed by a soft, fond smile. My heart gives a painful little squeeze. My mom is the ornament person, I say, carefully hanging the beadwork on a branch. She has a collection that's completely out of control. Every year she gets my brother and me a new one that's supposed to represent something we did that year. The year I graduated, I got a tiny, ridiculous-looking owl in a graduation cap. He laughs. I'd like to meet her. Your mom. I'd like that too, I say, surprised by how true the words are. When things settle down. And I want you to meet my dad, he says, his voice a little more serious. Soon. I want him to meet the woman who's finally making me better. His words are a warm, heavy blanket settling over me. He's not pushing. He's just stating a fact, a hope for a future that he's including me in. It doesn't feel scary. It feels right. When the last ornament is hung, all that's left is the angel for the top. It's a beautiful vintage-looking piece with delicate spun glass wings that I bought on an impulse last week. It's too high, I say, standing on my tiptoes. The angel held just out of reach of the top branch. I've got you, Baron says from behind me. Before I can react, his hands are on my waist, and he's lifting me up as if I weigh nothing. I let out a surprised little shriek, my hands flying to his shoulders to steady myself. Easy, he murmurs, his voice a low growl against my back. Just get the angel. I'm weightless, held securely in his strong hands. I carefully place the angel on top of the tree, her glass wings catching the light. He lowers me slowly, his body flush against mine, his hands lingering on my waist. I turn in his arms, my own wrapping around his neck. We stand there for a long moment, just holding each other in the soft, multicolored glow of the Christmas tree lights. The music is soft. The wine is warm in my belly, and for the very first time in as long as I can remember, I feel completely and utterly safe. The war in my head is over. The fear is still there, a quiet, distant echo, but it's been silenced by the overwhelming, undeniable truth of this moment, of this man. The man who saw me at my worst and didn't run. The man who defended me, supported me, and had the patience to wait for me. He leans down, his head resting against mine. I meant what I said the other night, Lake, he whispers. I know he did, and I know with a certainty that resonates deep in my soul that Chloe was right. It's not a new feeling. It's an old one, a truth I've been running from for 8 years. I pull back just enough to look him in the eye, my hands cupping his face. The words are terrifying. They are the most honest thing I've ever said. I love you too, Baron.
Chapter 23. Baron. The 3 words I've been waiting 8 years to hear fall from her lips, and the world, which has been a muted, gray version of itself for so long, explodes into searing, vibrant color. I love you too, Baron. For a split second, I can't move. I can't breathe. Every defense I have, every cynical, hardened piece of my soul that I've used as armor, dissolves in the face of her terrifying, beautiful confession. The victory is so absolute, so profound. Feels like it's being physically carved into my bones. This is not a win. This is a resurrection. I pull her to me, my mouth finding hers in a kiss that has nothing to do with passion and everything to do with a desperate, soul-deep gratitude. I pour every ounce of my love, my regret, my 8 years of aching for her, into it. It's a kiss that says, finally, finally, finally. She melts against me, her arms wrapping tightly around my neck. And she's not just surrendering. She's holding on. Her fingers fist in my shirt, and she's kissing me back with a matching, unrestrained honesty. She's all in. The rest of the day is a dream. A warm, cinnamon-scented Technicolor dream that I'm terrified will end if I blink. We spend the afternoon in a haze of domestic bliss I've only ever seen in movies. We untangle Christmas lights, our fingers brushing, our laughter echoing in her half-empty apartment. We put on a playlist of old carols and I watch, mesmerized as she sways her hips to the music while stirring a pot of mulled wine on the stove. Later, we're on the floor in front of the newly decorated tree, the only light in the room coming from the multicolored bulbs that she insisted on. The air smells of pine and cinnamon and her. She's leaning back against the sofa, her head resting on a cushion, a half-empty mug in her hands. "You're staring," she says, a soft, sleepy smile on her face. "I'm making up for lost time," I rumble in a deep tone. I'm lying on my side, propped up on an elbow, just watching her. I watch the way the fairy lights cast flecks of red and green and blue in her dark, beautiful eyes. I watch the way her fingers trace the rim of her mug. I watch the easy, relaxed line of her body. This is a version of Lake I've never seen. No armor, no walls, just her. "Thank you," she says suddenly, her gaze fixed on the tree. "For what? Rescuing the underdog tree that you secretly loved from the beginning?" She laughs, a soft, warm sound. "No, for the flowers and for what you said in the meeting with Davenport." The name is a cold stone dropping into the warm peace of the afternoon. The litigator in me, the one who has been blissfully dormant for the last few hours, stirs. But I keep my voice even. "He had it coming." "He did," she agrees. "But no one's ever done that for me before. Fought for me like that in a professional setting." "Get used to it," I say, the words a low, fierce promise. But even in the warmth of this perfect day, that cold, hard corner of my mind is still at work. The predator in me is just waiting. He has a target. Later, while Lake is in the shower, her beautiful voice carrying a slightly off-key rendition of "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" into the living room, I step out onto the balcony. The festive cheer of the apartment drops away, replaced by the cold, biting December air. It's a welcome shock, sharpening my focus. I grab my phone. I have my own traditions. Mine are just less about Christmas carols and more about utterly destroying my enemies. I dial a number I know by heart. It picks up on the second ring. "Markham," a gruff voice says. "It's Norwood," I say, my voice low. "I have a name for you. James Davenport, senior partner at Sterling Price Events." "What am I looking for?" "His departure from his last two firms," I say, my eyes scanning the city below. "I want to know why he left. Specifically, I'm looking for any complaints filed against him. Harassment, misconduct, anything that ended with a quiet settlement and a non-disclosure agreement. Men like him leave a trail of bodies. I want the map." "Got it," Markham says. "Give me a few hours." I hang up and make a second call to an old law school classmate. "Ben, it's Barron. Norwood. Don't tell me you need a character witness." "Worse," I say, cutting through the nonsense. "I need a consult. Hypothetically. If a senior partner was creating a hostile work environment for a subordinate, making inappropriate advances, issuing veiled threats against her career based on her personal life, and the client, a very, very important client, found out about it, what would happen?" There's a pause. "Hypothetically," Ben says, his voice all business now. "The firm would pee its pants. They'd cut the partner loose so fast his head would spin to avoid a lawsuit from the employee, and more importantly, to avoid losing the client." "Why?" "Just a hypothetical," I lie smoothly. "Thanks." I hang up. The trap is set. My rage at Davenport is a block of ice in my chest. I don't just want him fired. I want him radioactive. I want a paper trail so toxic that every time he applies for a job for the rest of his life, the hiring partner laughs in his face. I'm not just going to let him dig his own grave. I'm going to hand him the shovel and then bury him in it. I go back inside just as Lake emerges from the bedroom, wrapped in one of my robes, her skin glowing, her hair a damp cloud of curls. The sight of her, so soft and real in my home, makes the cold, hard litigator in me melt away. "Everything okay?" she asks, a small frown on her face. "You look serious." I close the distance between us and pull her into my arms, burying my face in her neck, breathing her in. Her scent is my new favorite addiction. "Everything is perfect," I murmur against her skin. And for the rest of the night, it is. We lie on the couch, watching the lights on the tree blink, her head on my chest. I feel the steady, reassuring beat of her heart against my ribs. This is what I'm fighting for. Not just for her, but for this peace. For the right to be the man who protects this feeling, who protects her from every piece of trash like Davenport the world can throw at her. My phone sitting on the coffee table buzzes. I glance at the screen. A text from a blocked number. Markham. I open it. The message is short, simple, and exactly what I was waiting for. "You were right. The guy's a time bomb."
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 24. Lake. The week of the Christmas ball is what we in the industry call Hell Week. It's a blur of 17-hour days, 1,000 tiny simultaneous crises, and enough caffeine to stop a human heart. It is, under normal circumstances, my own personal nightmare and my favorite place on earth. This year, it's different. I'm standing in the middle of the Norwood Hotel's grand ballroom, a headset on, a tablet in one hand, directing the placement of a series of towering frosted birch trees. The air smells of fresh pine, sawdust, and industrial floor wax. My team is a whirlwind of efficient motion around me. I am the conductor of a beautiful, intricate orchestra of chaos, and I've never felt calmer in my entire life. The specs say 6 feet from the pillar, not 5, I say into my headset, my eyes on the crew across the room. We need a clear sight line from the mezzanine. Copy that, Lake? My assistant's voice crackles back. I make a note on my tablet, my movements sure and precise. The frantic, anxious energy that usually fuels me during these final days is gone. The pen I'm holding isn't clicking. It's still. In its place is a quiet, steady hum of confidence, a deep sense of peace. The source of that peace is currently leaning against the ballroom entrance, a takeaway coffee cup in his hand, watching me with an expression of pure, unadulterated adoration. Baron. Another thing that's different this week is the conspicuous absence of James Davenport. I haven't seen or heard from him since our confrontation. There have been no passive-aggressive emails, no surprise check-ins. It's as if he's vanished. I have a strong suspicion that Baron did something. Baron just gave me a slow, satisfied wink when I asked, Whatever he did, it worked. The silence is a gift. Baron pushes off the doorframe and starts walking toward me. He moves with that same easy predatory grace, but it's no longer aimed at me. It's aimed for me. He's my shield, my partner. You, Miss Edwards, he rumbles as he stops right in front of me, are a force of nature. He hands me the coffee. It's a triple shot latte with oat milk, my exact, ridiculously complicated order. I'm just doing my job, I say, taking a grateful sip. The hot, sweet coffee is a balm to my exhausted soul. No, he says, his eyes serious. You're creating magic. Before I can respond, a frantic-looking man in a catering uniform rushes up to me. Lake, we have a problem. The specialty glassware for the signature cocktail just arrived, and half the stems are cracked. The vendor is saying it's not their fault, that our receiving department must have mishandled them. My old self, the pre-Baron self, would have gone into immediate crisis mode. My shoulders would be up around my ears, my voice would go sharp, and I'd be on the phone ready for battle. But I don't even have a chance. Baron turns to the catering manager, his demeanor shifting instantly from adoring boyfriend to lethal lawyer. What's the vendor's name? He asks, his voice unnervingly calm. The manager tells him. Baron pulls out his phone, his thumb moving with a terrifying efficiency. Give me 5 minutes, he says, not to me, but to the manager. He walks a few feet away, his back to us, his voice a low, indecipherable murmur. I watch him, a wave of love so fierce it almost knocks me off my feet, washing over me. He's not taking over. He's running interference. He's handling the nonsense so I can focus on creating the magic. Less than 5 minutes later, he's back. A full, correct replacement order will be here in 2 hours, he says to the stunned catering manager. And the invoice will be discounted by 50% for the inconvenience. He gives the man a sharp, dismissive nod. Now, if you'll excuse us. The manager scurries away. Baron turns back to me, the killer litigator gone, replaced once again by the man who loves me. Where were we? He asks, his smile returning. You were distracting me from my work, Mr. Norwood, I say, a teasing smile playing on my own lips. Is that what I was doing? He steps closer, his hands finding my waist, and pulls me flush against him, right in the middle of the chaotic ballroom. I thought I was being supportive. It's a fine line, I whisper, my hands coming to rest on his chest. He leans down, his mouth brushing against mine. I'll be supportive later tonight, he murmurs. Right now, I'm just going to stand over there and watch my brilliant, beautiful girlfriend build an empire. It's late, the night before the ball. The hotel is quiet, the crews are gone. The work is done. I'm alone, standing in the grand ballroom. It's breathtaking. The frosted birch trees glitter under the soft pin-spotted lights. The tables are set with midnight blue linens and silver chargers that gleam in the darkness. The air is still, full of the scent of fresh flowers and the silent humming promise of the night to come. I walk over to the command station I've set up in a discreet corner, my heels clicking softly on the polished floor. I open my laptop and pull up the master event file one last time. Every contract is signed. Every vendor is confirmed. Every timeline is triple-checked. Each and every one of the 1,000 moving parts is in its place. I scroll through the file, a feeling of deep, profound satisfaction settling in my bones. It's not the frantic, adrenaline-fueled relief that usually comes at the end of a successful Hell Week. It's a quiet, steady peace, a sense of rightness. Everything is perfect, and Baron's waiting for me.
Chapter 25. Baron. The ballroom is silent. The work is done. Lake stands in the masterpiece she's created, her face a mixture of exhaustion and profound satisfaction. I've never wanted to kiss her more. But when we get back to her penthouse, she immediately makes a beeline for her laptop. Absolutely not, I say, intercepting her and physically closing the lid. Baron, I just need to do one final check of the ingress and egress timelines, she protests. But there's no real fight in her. She's running on fumes. The only timeline you need to be concerned with right now is the 30-minute delivery window for the best damn pad thai in the city, I say, taking the laptop from her hands and placing it on a high shelf where she can't reach it without a stepladder. I pull her into my arms, my hands finding their home on her waist. I ordered a truce, Ms. Edwards. Are you violating the terms of our agreement? A tired, happy smile plays on her lips. I would never, Mr. Norwood. Good. I kiss her. A slow, deep kiss that tastes like relief and victory and the promise of a quiet night. Now go put on your comfiest sweats. We're having a picnic. We eat on the floor of her living room, cross-legged on a blanket, surrounded by the soft, multicolored glow of the Christmas tree we decorated together. The takeout containers are spread out between us. It's not a fancy meal at an exclusive restaurant. It's better. It's real. It's perfect, she murmurs softly. She's not talking about the food. She's looking around the room, at the tree, at the boxes that are finally starting to disappear as she unpacks her life. You're perfect, I say, and the words are so easy, so true. We talk for hours, not about work, not about Davenport or my family or the past. We talk about the future. What happens after the ball? She asks, the question quiet and a little hesitant, as if she's afraid to voice it. I take her hand, lacing my fingers with hers. We happen, I say, my voice firm with a certainty that leaves no room for doubt. We happen. We figure out how to merge our ridiculously busy schedules. I learn to tolerate your questionable taste in multicolored Christmas lights. You learn to tolerate my habit of leaving legal documents all over the apartment. I will not tolerate that, she says immediately, a mock-serious frown on her face that makes me laugh. We'll negotiate, I concede, but the one non-negotiable term is us, as a permanent fixture. I watch her process the words, a beautiful, vulnerable hope dawning in her eyes. This is the conversation I wanted to have in Ibiza 8 years ago. This is the future I was too young and stupid to fight for. And now it's here, sitting on a blanket on the floor with me, looking at me like I'm her entire world. I am the luckiest jerk on the planet. I'd like that, she whispers, her thumb stroking the back of my hand. A permanent fixture. The moment is pure, uninterrupted happiness. The air is warm, the lights are soft. The woman in front of me is the love of my life, and she loves me back. The chaos of the past few weeks, the looming threat of Davenport, it all fades away into nothing. There is only this, only us. It's a feeling of peace so profound, I want to bottle it up and live in it forever. Just as I'm leaning in to kiss her again, a sharp, jarring ring cuts through the quiet of the room. It's her phone buzzing insistently on the floor beside her. She glances at the screen and a frown creases her brow. It's Davenport. Don't answer it, I say immediately, a low growl in my voice. There is nothing that man could possibly have to say that can't wait until tomorrow. I should, she says, hesitating. It might be about the ball. It's 10 p.m. the night before the event. If he's calling now, he's not calling about work. My voice is hard. Let it go to voicemail, Lake. She looks from my face to the still buzzing phone. With a small sigh, she picks it up and answers, but her finger hovers over the speakerphone button. She looks at me, a question in her eyes, and I give her a firm nod. We do this together. She presses the button. James, she says, her voice cool and professional. Is there a problem? A problem? Davenport's voice crackles through the phone, thin and reedy with rage. It's a sound I've never heard from him. Oh, you could say that. I got a call from the board, Lakeisha. I've been suspended, indefinitely, pending an internal investigation. Lake sits up straighter, her eyes wide. I feel a grim, cold satisfaction settle in my gut. Markham's information was delivered. The time bomb just went off. I don't know what you're talking about, Lake says, but her voice is a little unsteady. Don't you? He spits, and the venom in his voice is chilling. They want me gone, blacklisted, all because of your boyfriend and his quiet little phone calls. You think I don't have friends on the board who told me exactly who made the inquiries? James, your professional history is not our concern. My history, he shrieks. You think this is about my history? This is about you, you manipulative little brat. You crawl into his bed to save yourself on a project, and you think you can just burn down my career in the process? That is completely out of line, she starts. But I've heard enough. I reach over and take the phone from her hand. Davenport, I say, voice as calm and cold as a tombstone. There's a sudden, shocked silence on the other end. Listen to me very carefully, you pathetic piece of trash, I continue, my voice dropping to a low, lethal purr. You will never speak to her again. You will never say her name again. You think you've been suspended? You have no idea what's coming for you. This is a Norwood City, James. Every law firm, every bank, every board of directors, they're all on my family's Christmas card list. By the time I'm done with you, you won't be able to get a job managing a goddamn Sparrow. I hear a faint, choked sound from the other end, like a whimper he's trying to swallow. I will make it my personal mission to ensure you disappear, I say, the words like chips of ice. You will pack your bags, and you will get the hell out of my city. Am I making myself clear? He finally finds his voice, but it's weak, trembling with a pathetic imitation of bravado. You can't threaten me. That wasn't a threat, I say softly. It was a contract, and my family always honors its contracts. Stay away from her. I'm about to hang up, to end his miserable existence. But he speaks one last time, his voice a venomous hiss trying to cover his cowardice. You think you've won? You think you can protect her from everything? I'll take her down with me. You'll see. You'll regret this, Lakeisha. And then the line goes dead.
Chapter 26. Lake. The line goes dead. The silence Davenport leaves behind is more violent than his screaming. It's a toxic, echoing void. My hands are shaking. The perfect, peaceful bubble of our evening has been popped, leaving behind a sticky, ugly residue. I'm staring at the phone in Baron's hand, as if it's a venomous snake. He's an empty threat, Baron says. Voice a low, reassuring rumble. He places the phone on the counter and pulls me into his embrace. He's a cornered animal, Lake. He's lashing out because he knows he's finished. I let him hold me, my cheek pressed against the soft fabric of his shirt. But I can't relax. My body is a rigid line of tension. You don't know him, Baron. He's petty, vengeful. He won't go down without a fight. He won't have a choice, he murmurs against my hair. He has no idea the forces he's just provoked. I've got you. Nothing is going to happen to you or this ball. I promise. I want to believe him. I desperately want to sink into the safety of his arms and let his confidence be my shield. But the architect of my own life, the woman who has learned, through bitter experience, to trust no one's protection but her own, can't let go. That threat wasn't just the ranting of a ruined man. It was a promise. Sleep is a series of short, anxious naps. I wake up at 5 a.m., hours before my alarm, with Davenport's hissing voice in my ears. The sky outside is still the deep, bruised purple of early morning. Today is the day of the ball, the culmination of months of work, the single most important event of my career. A cold, sick dread is a coiled snake in my stomach. Baron is still asleep beside me, his breathing a deep, even rhythm. I slip out of bed, my movements silent, and pull on one of his robes. I need to work. I need to check the files one last time. It's the only ritual I have that can calm the frantic buzzing under my skin. Control is my drug of choice. I pad into the living room. The multicolored lights of the Christmas tree casting a soft, peaceful glow over the remnants of our picnic. It feels like a scene from another lifetime. I retrieve my laptop from the high shelf. My hands steady. This is my element. Spreadsheets and timelines. The quiet, orderly world where I am queen. I sit on the sofa, the laptop warm on my thighs. I log into the secure company server, my fingers moving on autopilot. I navigate to the Norwood Christmas Ball master folder. My heart is a steady, reassuring beat. I just need to see it. One last look at the perfect, intricate machine I've built. I double-click the final version of the master logistics file. Master_logistics_final_V9. An error message pops up. File cannot be opened. My brow furrows. That's odd. Probably a server glitch. I try again. Same message. A tiny cold tendril of panic snakes its way up my spine. I close the folder and reopen it, my eyes scanning the list of files. And then I see it. Or rather, I don't see it. The master file. The digital brain containing every single vendor contact, every delivery timeline, every seating chart, every security rotation, every lighting cue, each of the million details that make up the ball, is gone. No, I whisper to the empty room. No, no, no. My hands are shaking now, my movements clumsy and frantic. I search the server's trash folder. Nothing. I try to access the automated hourly backups. File is corrupted and cannot be restored. I try the daily backup. File is corrupted. The weekly backup. Corrupted. He didn't just delete it. He corrupted the backups. He salted the earth. It's a digital assassination, executed with a quiet, vicious precision. The snake in my stomach uncoils, flooding my entire body with ice-cold venom. You'll regret this, Lakeisha. This is it. This is his revenge. In a few hours, 500 of the city's most powerful people will descend on the Norwood Hotel for the social event of the season. The vendors will start arriving, asking for direction. The staff will be looking for their assignments. The media will be waiting. And I will have nothing. No contacts, no timelines, no plan. It's a catastrophic career-ending failure. It won't just ruin me. It will be a public humiliation for the Norwood brand. I feel the walls of my beautiful, perfect penthouse closing in, the air growing thin, my vision starting to tunnel. My pen is on the coffee table. I grab it, my fingers fumbling, and the wild, desperate clicking fills the silent apartment. It's the sound of a complete and total system failure, the sound of me breaking. The bedroom door opens. Couldn't sleep? Baron's voice, warm and still a little rough with sleep, cuts through the haze of my panic. He walks out, stretching his arms over his head, a soft, easy smile on his face as he starts heading toward the kitchen. I was about to make some coffee. You want... He stops mid-word. He sees me. He sees the laptop balanced on my trembling knees. He sees the frantic, useless clicking of my pen. He sees the pure, unadulterated terror on my face. His smile vanishes instantly. The sleepy warmth in his eyes is replaced by a sharp, focused concern. "Lake?" he says, rumbling worriedly, all thoughts of coffee forgotten as he moves toward me. "What's wrong?"
Chapter 27. Baron. The smile on my face dies the second I see hers. One moment she's the brilliant, beautiful woman I love, exhausted but triumphant. The next, she's a statue carved from ice, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. "Lake?" I say, my voice sounding like a low, worried rumble. "What's wrong?" She doesn't answer. She can't. Her eyes are locked on the laptop screen, her whole body trembling. Her pen, the one she'd abandoned for days, is in her hand, clicking a frantic, desperate rhythm against her thigh. The sound is a gunshot in the quiet room. I'm at her side in an instant, my knees on the blanket, my eyes finding the screen. It's a stark red error box. Simple. Brutal. File not found. The file, Master Logistics Final V9, has been permanently deleted from the server. No, she whispers, the sound a ragged, broken thing. No, he didn't. He Davenport. The rage that hits me is not the hot, jealous anger from the party. This is different. It's a wave of ice-cold, murderous fury. The litigator in me, the part that lives for the kill, awakens. This is not a threat anymore. This is sabotage. This is war. The backups, she's muttering, her fingers flying across the trackpad with a desperate, clumsy speed. The hourly has to be there. It has to be. She clicks, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Another error message. Corrupted. She tries the daily backup. Corrupted. She lets out a choked, defeated sob, her shoulders slumping. The pen falls from her nerveless fingers and clatters to the floor. The meticulously organized woman, the force of nature I just watched command an army of vendors and staff, is gone. In her place is someone I've never seen before. Someone on the verge of breaking completely. And it's all my fault. I brought this on her. My fight is the reason she's in his crosshairs. That thought galvanizes me. There is no time for guilt. There is only time for action. Get up! I command so sharply that it cuts through her panic. She looks at me, her eyes wide and lost. It's over, Baron. It's all gone. The contacts, the timelines, everything. The ball is in 10 hours. I said, get up. I pull her to her feet, my hands firm on her arms. I turn her to face me, forcing her to meet my gaze. Look at me. He will not win. We are going to fix this. You and me. Do you understand? She just stares at me, trembling. I don't have time to be gentle. I need the fighter back. I pull my phone out from my pocket and dial. Who are you calling? She whispers. The scene of the crime. The phone picks up on the first ring. Michael, it's Baron Norwood. Wake up your entire IT department. I want the main event server for the Christmas ball locked down, effective immediately. I want a full diagnostic on the master logistics file and all associated backups. And I want to know who deleted it. Trace the digital signature. I want a name and a timestamp. You have 1 hour. I hang up without waiting for a reply and immediately dial another number. Lake is just watching me, her expression dazed. This is what I do. I take an impossible, catastrophic mess, and I break it down into manageable pieces. The file is gone. We can't get it back in time. So, we rebuild it. Richard, I bark into the phone when the hotel's head of catering answers. It's Baron Norwood. I need your team's finalized staffing roster, your full F&B delivery schedule, and your lead vendor contact sheet for the ball. Emailed to Lake Edwards' personal account in the next 15 minutes. Not her work account, her personal one. Before he can even agree, I've hung up and dialed again. Bill? Baron Norwood. I need your team's deployment map and rotation schedule for tomorrow, and I need the direct contact information for the lead agent on the external security detail. Personal email. 10 minutes. I become a machine. For the next half hour, I am the shark-like litigator, the ruthless client, the man who will not take no for an answer. I call the head of banquets, the lead valet, the hotel's PR director. I'm a whirlwind of commands, my voice a weapon, leveraging the full, terrifying weight of the Norwood name to get what I want. As I'm on the phone with the lead audio-visual tech, I watch Lake. I see her sink back onto the sofa, her eyes tracking my movements. The frantic, terrified look is slowly receding. The trembling has stopped. I see the dawning flicker of hope in her eyes and then something else. I see the director, the conductor, the brilliant, organized mind coming back online. I hang up the phone. The raw data is coming in, I say, my voice softer now. We have to rebuild the master timeline. That's your world, Lake. That's your magic. Can you do it? She takes a deep, shuddering breath. She looks at the blinking cursor on her blank screen, then up at me. The fear is still there, but it's no longer in control. She is. "Yes," she says, her voice steady. "Yes, I can do it." We work, side by side on the floor of her living room, our private war room. As the data streams into her inbox, she starts to build, her fingers moving across the keyboard, a beautiful, intricate web of logistics taking shape on the screen. She is a genius. An hour into our work, my phone buzzes with an incoming call. It's Michael, the head of IT. I put it on speaker. "We have it, Mr. Norwood," he says, his voice tired but certain. The deletion command was issued at 10:47 p.m. from a remote login. We trace the IP address. We have a digital signature. "And?" I ask, my eyes meeting Lake's over the laptop. "The signature on the deletion is from Mr. Davenport's computer." A cold, grim smile spreads across my face. Checkmate. No.
Chapter 28. Lake. Baron's voice is a blade of ice. I know. The words sever the last thread of my panic, the terror that had me frozen, that made my limbs feel like they were filled with cold water, evaporates. In its place, a geyser of pure, unadulterated fury erupts. He did this. That sniveling, pathetic little man tried to burn down my entire career, my masterpiece, because his ego was bruised. He thinks he can destroy me. He has no idea who I am. I stand up, my spine straightening, my movements sharp and decisive. The trembling is gone. The dazed, broken woman from 5 minutes ago is gone. The senior director of events is back online. "Okay," I command. "We have 10 hours until guest arrival. We rebuild from scratch." Baron looks at me, and the cold, murderous fury in his eyes is banked by a wave of pure, unadulterated pride. He gives me a single sharp nod. "Give me my orders, director." And just like that, my penthouse becomes a war room. "My personal laptop," I command, pointing to my sleek work computer. It has my offline files, old vendor lists, past event timelines, budget templates. It won't have the final Norwood plan, but it has the bones. He retrieves it, setting it up on the coffee table next to my personal one. Our chairs become thrones. The floor becomes our battlefield. "First, asset recovery," I say, my mind already working, processing 1,000 variables a second. "The data you had them pull from the hotel servers. I need it. Catering, security, valet, banquets, all of it." For the next hour, a steady stream of data floods my personal inbox. It's a mess of raw, disjointed files, but to me, it's a disassembled engine. I know where every single piece goes. "Okay," I say, taking a deep breath. Here we go. The next few hours are a blur of controlled chaos, a symphony of logistics played at a frantic, impossible tempo. I am the conductor. Baron is my entire orchestra. "The secondary floral delivery from Bloom and Stem," I call out, my eyes scanning a half-remembered invoice on my old laptop. "Scheduled for 9 a.m. I don't have a dispatch number." Without looking up from his own phone, Baron says, "On it." I hear him a moment later, his voice a low, lethal purr. "This is Baron Norwood, counsel for the Norwood family. I'm looking at your contract. It stipulates a 9 a.m. delivery. I need a direct line to your dispatch manager, or our next conversation will be about breach of contract and the ensuing damages." He has the number in 30 seconds. "The ice sculpture from Arctic Designs," I say, my fingers flying across the keyboard, rebuilding the master timeline from memory and fragmented data. 10 a.m. delivery window. We need to confirm the dimensions of the West Corridor service entrance. The schematics were on the master file. "Got it," he says, already dialing. "Richard, Baron, I need the schematics for the West Service Corridor. Now. A pause. No, an email is not fast enough. Take a picture of them with your phone and text it to me. He gets it in less than a minute. We are a perfect, terrifying machine. My encyclopedic, near-photographic memory of the event plan, born from months of obsessive work, paired with his ruthless, single-minded efficiency. I remember the details. He strong-arms the world into making them happen. I am the architect. He is the bulldozer. We don't stop. We are fueled by black coffee, adrenaline, and a shared silent fury. At one point, as the sun begins to rise, painting the sky outside our window in shades of pink and orange, Baron appears at my side. He doesn't say a word. He just places a piece of toast with peanut butter on a napkin next to my laptop and a fresh, steaming mug of coffee. I look up at him, my eyes gritty with exhaustion, and he gives me a small, tired smile. He puts a hand on my shoulder, gives it a firm squeeze, and then goes back to his own station. The simple, silent gesture of care is a shot of pure adrenaline. We are in this together. Hours bleed into one another. The morning is a frantic whirlwind of phone calls, threats, and confirmations. There are a dozen moments where it feels like the whole fragile structure is about to collapse. The string quartet's flight is delayed. The rental company sent the wrong color linens. The valet service is short-staffed. Each time, just as I feel the tendrils of panic start to creep back in, Baron handles it. He moves money. He threatens lawsuits. He pulls strings I didn't even know existed. And through it all, every time I look up, he's there, his eyes on me, a silent promise in his gaze. I've got you. Finally, there is only one piece left. One final, crucial vendor that has been impossible to reach. The pyrotechnics team for the midnight rooftop display. They're not answering, I say, my voice frayed. Their office line is down. Give me the owner's name, Baron says, his voice grim. I tell him. He's silent for a full 5 minutes, his fingers flying across his phone. Then he stands up. I'll be right back. He disappears into his own penthouse. 10 minutes later, he returns, a self-satisfied, predatory grin on his face. What did you do? I ask. The owner's ex-wife is a client of a friend of mine from law school, he says, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. Apparently, she knows his personal cell phone number. The fireworks are confirmed. I just stare at him, a laugh bubbling up in my chest, a wild, hysterical sound of pure, unadulterated relief. I launch myself off the chair and into his arms, my own wrapping around his neck. He catches me, his arms locking around my waist, lifting me off the ground. He's laughing with me, a deep, rumbling sound. We did it, I whisper against his neck, my whole body trembling with exhaustion and victory. We did it, he corrects me, his voice thick. It's 6 p.m. 1 hour before the doors open. We're standing in the back of the grand ballroom, hidden in the shadows. The lights are low. The candles are lit. The string quartet is softly tuning their instruments on the stage. The air smells of pine and expensive perfume. It's perfect. More than perfect. It's a miracle. We look like hell. I haven't showered. My hair is a mess, and I'm still in the sweats I threw on this morning. Baron has a dark shadow of stubble on his jaw, and his shirt is wrinkled. We are exhausted. We are a mess. And as I look from the magnificent, perfect ballroom to the incredible, relentless man standing beside me, I've never felt more victorious in my entire life. Chapter 29. Lake. We have exactly 45 minutes. 45 minutes to transform from two exhausted, coffee-stained, adrenaline-fueled gremlins into the polished professional power couple that is about to host the most talked-about event of the season. Shower, now, Baron commands, his voice a low growl as he nudges me toward the bathroom. I'll order you a dress, something that will make their heads explode. I have a dress, I call back, already turning the water on as hot as I can stand it. The shower is a 10-minute exercise in pure efficiency. I wash away the grime and exhaustion of the last few hours, and when I emerge, wrapped in a towel, a garment bag is lying on my bed. My dress, a stunning midnight blue gown that hugs every curve, with a slit up the side that is both elegant and dangerous. I had it delivered to my penthouse weeks ago. When I walk back into the living room, he's standing by the window, a vision in a perfectly tailored black tuxedo. He's on the phone, his back to me, but he must feel my presence. He turns. His mouth falls open. The phone, still pressed to his ear, seems to be forgotten. His eyes, a deep, stormy blue, roam over me from head to toe. A slow, possessive, worshipful journey that makes my skin heat and my breath catch. "I have to go," he says into the phone, his voice a hoarse rasp. He hangs up, his eyes never leaving mine. "Wow," he breathes. "Just wow." He crosses the room in 3 long strides, his hands finding my waist. "You, Lakeisha Edwards," he murmurs, his forehead kissing mine, "are going to be the death of me." An hour later, I am a queen in her kingdom. The grand ballroom of the Norwood Hotel is a glittering, magical winter forest. The frosted birch trees sparkle. The tables are pools of midnight blue and silver, and hundreds of the city's most powerful and influential people are laughing, drinking, and basking in the magic I almost lost. I'm a blur of motion, a headset my crown, a tablet my scepter. The frantic energy of this morning has been replaced by a deep, humming current of command. Every detail, every timeline, every moving piece that we painstakingly rebuilt from scratch is locked in my head. I am in complete control, and Baron is my silent shadow. He's not the client anymore. He's my partner. I see the junior server, barely out of his teens, lose his footing, a tray of champagne flutes tilting precariously. I take a step, my headset already halfway to my mouth to call for a cleanup crew. But before I can speak, Baron is there. He materializes at the server's side, his hand steadying the tray, his voice a low, calm murmur that eases the panic in the boy's eyes. He seamlessly hands the tray off to a more experienced waiter and has a quiet word with the catering manager. The crisis is averted before it ever began. He catches my eye from across the room and gives me a small, almost imperceptible nod. "I've got you." Later, an elderly, important-looking woman is complaining loudly to a helpless-looking staff member about the volume of the string quartet. I start to head over, but Baron is already there. I watch him lean down, his expression one of pure, disarming charm, and within 30 seconds the woman is laughing, patting his arm like he's her favorite grandson. He is my shield, my enforcer. He handles the small fires, allowing me to be the brilliant conductor of the entire symphony. We communicate across the crowded, glittering room with shared glances, small smiles, and raised eyebrows. It's an intimate, unspoken language that says, "We did this." At the height of the evening, a man with an aura of power so immense it seems to bend the air around him approaches me. He has Baron's eyes and an expression carved from granite. Mr. Norwood Sr. "Miss Edwards," he says, voice dropping to a low rumble. He doesn't smile. He doesn't need to. "A remarkable event." "Thank you, Mr. Norwood," I say, my voice steady. "My son told me what happened," he continues, his sharp gaze assessing me. "To pull this off after that level of sabotage is remarkable. You have my gratitude." Baron comes to stand by my side, his hand finding the small of my back, a quiet, supportive pressure. His father's eyes flicker from me to his son, and a flicker of something, understanding, maybe even approval, crosses his face. The rest of the night passes in a glorious, triumphant blur. The main event, A stunning aerial silk performance synchronized with the orchestra goes off without a hitch, leaving the crowd breathless. It solidifies my reputation, I know, as one of the best in the business. With the party in full, glorious swing, Baron finds me at my command station near the stage. I'm doing a final check on the schedule for the rest of the night. He gently takes the tablet from my hand and sets it down. Then his hands come up and he slowly, deliberately removes my headset. "Your chariot awaits, Cinderella," he murmurs, his voice a velvet purr against the backdrop of the party. "You created the magic. You're allowed to dance in it." He takes my hand and leads me away from the shadows of my command station and into the glittering heart of the ballroom. As he folds me into his arms, the orchestra, as if on cue, shifts from an upbeat jazz number to a slow, beautiful, achingly romantic ballad. It's our first real public dance as a couple. His hand is warm and firm on my back, my hand is on his shoulder, and our other hands are laced together between us. The chaos of the party, the hundreds of people, the months of stress and passion and fear, it all fades away until it's just the two of them, just us. We sway to the music, my head finding its home in the hollow of his shoulder. The scent of him, clean and masculine, fills my senses. This is it. The piece I've been running from my entire life. He leans down, his lips brushing against my ear, his voice a warm, secret promise. "This is our future, Lake. No more running." I close my eyes, a slow, happy smile spreading across my face, and lean into him, finally, completely at peace.
Chapter 30. Baron. I wake up on the morning of December 24th to the sound of snow falling. It's a quiet, muffling sound, the city outside our window hushed into a rare state of peace. Lake is still asleep in my arms, her face soft, the tension that has lived in her features for weeks finally gone. Last night wasn't just a success. It was a masterpiece. Her masterpiece. And after the last guest had departed, after the last vendor had been paid, after she finally took off that headset, I brought her home. Our home. We didn't make love. We just held each other, two exhausted soldiers who had finally won the war. Now, in the quiet morning light, I know with absolute bone-deep certainty that this is it. This is how my life is unfolding. A few hours later, we walk hand in hand into the lobby of her office building. It's the day before Christmas, but her firm's senior partners agreed to an emergency 9 a.m. meeting. I'm carrying a leather briefcase containing Markham's entire file on Davenport, a tidy little package of buried settlements and NDAs that will be the final nail in his professional coffin. Lake squeezes my hand as we step into the elevator. "Ready?" "I was born ready," I say, bringing her hand to my lips and kissing her knuckles. "This is just the paperwork. The trial was last night, and you already won." She smiles, a real, brilliant smile that lights up her whole face. The high of our victory is still humming in the air between us. The elevator dings and the doors slide open onto the main office floor, and the peace shatters. The office, usually a quiet hum of productivity, is dead silent. Every single employee is frozen, staring at the scene unfolding in the center of the open-plan space. James Davenport, his suit rumpled and stained, his face a blotchy, furious red, is screaming at two stoic security guards who are blocking his path. "You can't keep me out!" he's shouting, his voice echoing in the stunned silence. "This is my firm. I built this place." And then, his wild, bloodshot eyes find us. His fury, which had been a scattered mess, now finds its target. His entire body tenses, and he points a shaking finger directly at Lake. "There she is!" he screams, his voice cracking. "The backstabbing brat who sleeps her way to the top. You think you can ruin me? Is this what you do? Screw your clients to get ahead?" I feel Lake flinch beside me, a sharp, wounded intake of breath. A red haze of pure, murderous rage descends over me. I want to cross the floor and beat this pathetic excuse for a man into a bloody pulp. But I don't. I squeeze her hand, a silent promise. I've got you. Then I take one small step, positioning myself slightly in front of her. A shield. Not because she needs one, but because I need to be one. The hot rage recedes, replaced by an ice-cold, lethal calm. This is a courtroom, and he is a witness who is immolating himself on the stand. All I have to do is let him. My voice, when I speak, is lethally quiet. Get out, James. Now. My calm seems to enrage him even more. She's a manipulative brat, Norwood. Can't you see it? He shrieks, spittle flying from his lips. The entire office is watching, their faces a mixture of horror and pity. She'll ruin you just like she ruined me. He's completely unhinged, a cornered animal, biting at everything in sight. I look at him, at this pathetic, screaming man, and I feel nothing but a cold, clinical disgust. I slowly pull my phone from my pocket. His eyes narrow. What are you doing? I don't answer him. I dial 3 numbers. 911. The act is simple, quiet, and more final than any threat I could ever make. Yes, I say calmly into the phone, my eyes never leaving Davenport's. I'd like to report a man trespassing and making violent threats at Sterling Price Events, 1400 Bellevue Avenue. He is unstable and refusing to leave. The sound of my voice, calm and official, is the final straw. You bastard! Davenport roars, and with a wild cry of fury, he lunges toward us. It's over before it even begins. The 2 security guards, who have been tense and ready, move with professional efficiency. They tackle him, one going high and one going low, driving him to the expensive Berber carpet with a sickening thud. He struggles for a moment, a pathetic, thrashing mess of flailing limbs and impotent rage, before they wrestle his hands behind his back, one guard planting a knee firmly in the center of his spine. The fight goes out of him, replaced by wheezing, pathetic sobs. The entire office is silent, watching the complete and total immolation of a senior partner. I keep my arm around Lake, holding her steady. Then I let go of her and calmly walk over to the spectacle on the floor. I crouch down, my face just inches from Davenport's, his cheek pressed into the carpet. The security guard's grip on him is iron. I made you a promise on the phone, you jerk, I whisper, my voice a soft, venomous purr that only he can hear. I told you I'd make you disappear. His sobbing stops. I can see the whites of his eyes as he tries to look at me, pure terror dawning on his face. This isn't just about your job, I continue, the words like ice. I'm going to salt the earth. Every partner at every firm in this city is going to get a call from me. They will know your name. They will know what you did. You won't be able to get a job cleaning toilets. I'm going to make your life a living hell, James. Every time you apply for a loan, a credit card, an apartment, my name will be a ghost in the machine, flagging you, burying you in so much red tape you'll wish you were never born. I told you this was my city. Now watch me prove it. I stand up, smoothing the front of my suit jacket as if brushing off a piece of lint. I walk back to Lake's side just as the police officers come through the main doors, their expressions grim. I wrap my arm around her again, pulling her close, the picture of calm protection. Davenport doesn't make another sound as they haul him to his feet and lead him away. As they drag Davenport away, the senior partner of the firm, a man named Henderson, comes rushing out of his office, his face pale with horror and shame. He stops facing us, his eyes wide as he watches the pathetic spectacle of Davenport being escorted out of the building he once helped lead. He finally turns to us, his expression one of complete awe and desperation. He looks directly at Lake. On behalf of the firm, Miss Edwards, Mr. Norwood, I am profoundly sorry. He takes a deep, shaky breath. Let's talk about your future with us. And whatever you want, a partnership, his office, anything, it's yours.
Chapter 31. Lake. The chaos of this morning feels like a lifetime ago. The shouting, the security guards, the utter public immolation of James Davenport. It all seems like a scene from a movie I watched, not a life I lived just a few hours ago. The adrenaline has finally faded, leaving behind a deep, peaceful calm in its place. It's Christmas Eve. Snow has started to fall, blanketing the city in a quiet hush that perfectly matches the feeling in my heart. After the storm of the past few weeks, the only thing that remains is peace and Barron. He and I spend the afternoon in a state of happy domestic bliss. And as evening approaches, a new kind of energy begins to hum between us. "Go get dressed," Barron says in a low, mysterious rumble as he kisses my forehead. "The nice dress, the one from the ball." "Where are we going?" I ask, a thrill of anticipation running through me. "It's a surprise," he says, his eyes sparkling with a secret I'm suddenly desperate to know. An hour later, he's leading me out of a black car and onto a quiet, snow-covered sidewalk. He stops in front of a tall wrought iron gate woven with festive green garland. There's no sign, no building number. He produces a key, unlocks the gate, and pushes it open into a darkness that seems to swallow the light. "After you," he says, his voice full of a nervous energy I've never heard from him before. I step through the gate, and the breath leaves my body in a single sharp gasp. The sounds of the city vanish, replaced by a profound, muffling silence. We're in a secret garden, a hidden world in the heart of the city. The stone pathways have been swept clear, but the ancient gnarled trees and hedges are heavy with snow, their branches draped in glittering white. And everywhere are lights. Thousands of tiny, warm, white fairy lights are woven through the trees, wrapped around every branch, and strung overhead, creating a magical, twinkling canopy that feels like a private sky of stars. My eyes adjust, and I see the ice sculptures. A family of deer, their antlers so delicate they look like spun glass, seem to watch us from a snowy alcove. A flock of birds, frozen in mid-flight, glitter under the lights. My hand flies to my mouth. It's a winter wonderland, a private, perfect, impossible dream. "Barron," I whisper, my voice full of an awe I can't contain. "How?" "I know people," he says simply, his hand finding mine, his fingers lacing with mine as he leads me deeper into the magic. "And the woman I loved deserved something remarkable." He leads me down a winding path, our footsteps the only sound in the peaceful silence. We reach the center of the garden, where a towering Christmas tree, carved from a single massive block of pure, clear ice, glitters under the lights like it's made of diamonds. It's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. I turn to him, my heart so full of love and gratitude, I feel like it might burst. And just as I open my mouth to try and find the words, a single perfect snowflake lands on my cheek, cold and wet. I look up. More are following, big fluffy flakes drifting down from the dark sky, dancing in the warm glow of the lights. Barron turns to face me, his hand still holding mine, his expression more serious and vulnerable than I have ever seen it. "I'm not wasting another second, Lake," he says, his voice rich with an emotion that makes my own heart swell. A week ago, those words would have sent me running. Now they feel like the safest promise in the world. I know this is fast. I know, logically, we should probably wait. But I have wasted 8 years of my life not being with you. I am done waiting. He takes a deep breath, his blue eyes searching mine. That summer in Ibiza, for years, I let myself believe it was my biggest mistake. He shakes his head, a sad, self-deprecating smile on his lips. But it wasn't. It was the prologue. It was the start of the story. My only mistake was being too young and too stupid to fight for the rest of it. The pain I've carried for so long, the sharp, jagged feeling of being abandoned dissolves. It doesn't hurt anymore. All I feel is a profound sadness for the two kids we were, and an overwhelming love for the man standing in front of me now. Tears well in my eyes, hot and fast, blurring the magical lights around us into a beautiful, glittering haze. "I love you," he says, his voice cracking on the last word. "I love your brilliant mind, your fierce heart, and your stubborn, beautiful soul. I love the way you create magic out of chaos. I love that you're the strongest person I've ever met. I'm in love with you, and I will spend my entire life proving that I'm worthy of you, if you'll let me." And then, in the middle of the secret magical garden, with the snow falling softly around us, Baron Norwood makes a sound in the snow and gets down on one knee. My breath catches in a sob. My hands fly to my mouth. This can't be real. He opens a small velvet box. Inside, a ring glitters, seeming to capture every single one of the thousands of lights surrounding us. It's a stunning, emerald-cut diamond on a simple, elegant platinum band. It's not flashy. It's classic. It's confident. It's me. "Lakeisha Edwards," he says, shaking with the force of his love, his eyes locked on mine. "Will you marry me? Will you let me build a future with you?" A sob, a wild, beautiful, joyous sound breaks from my chest. The fortress around my heart is not just gone. It has been completely, irrevocably, gloriously demolished. There is no fear. There is no hesitation. There is only him. There is only us. The future isn't a terrifying unknown anymore. It's him. Through the happy, streaming tears, I manage to find my voice. "Yes," I choke out, laughing and crying at the same time. 1,000 times yes. A breathtaking smile of pure, unadulterated joy breaks across his face. He takes the ring from the box, his fingers trembling slightly as he slides it onto my finger. It's a perfect fit. The cool weight of it on my hand is a promise, a permanent fixture. He stands up and pulls me into his arms, his mouth finding mine in a kiss that is a promise, a celebration, a new beginning. It tastes of cold snowflakes, happy tears, and forever. Our beginning, finally. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 32. Lake. 6 months later. The summer sun streams through the massive, floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. 6 months ago, a wall stood right here, a solid, soundproof barrier separating my life from his. Now it's gone, replaced by a sprawling, open-plan living room that combines the best of his minimalist taste and my own burgeoning desire for warmth and comfort. Our home. I'm sitting on the floor, cross-legged on a plush rug, in the exact spot where we once untangled Christmas lights. But instead of a knotted mess of wires, I'm surrounded by a sea of pristine, organized chaos. A large, beautifully rendered seating chart for our wedding reception is spread out before me, along with a list of RSVPs and a scattering of little name cards. I am planning my own wedding, and for the first time in my professional life, there is absolutely no stress, only a deep, humming, bone-deep joy. This is a critical decision, Edwards, a low, serious voice says from behind me. The fate of our future happiness rests on this moment. I look over my shoulder. Baron is standing there, still in his work suit, but with his tie loosened and his sleeves rolled up. He comes over and sits on the floor opposite me, his expression grave as he looks down at the chart. "I'm talking about table 9, he says. "You can't put my Aunt Carol next to your Uncle Bob. She's a staunch Democrat, and he thinks every problem can be solved with a new tax cut and a fishing boat. It'll be a bloodbath." I laugh, tapping a name card. "Your Aunt Carol is also a retired litigator who loves a good argument, and my Uncle Bob has a secret soft spot for anyone who can talk intelligently about sailboat racing. They'll be best friends by the end of the salad course. Trust me." "I trust your strategic genius implicitly," he says, his eyes twinkling. He leans over and steals a kiss. "But I don't trust my Aunt Carol after 2 glasses of champagne." Before I can answer, the front door buzzes and then opens. Do not, under any circumstances, listen to him about the seating chart. Chloe's voice rings out as she strides into the room, kicking off her heels. "He tried to put all the single people at one table. This isn't a high school dance, Baron. We are not creating a singles ghetto." She plops down on the floor beside me, immediately picking up 2 name cards. "Okay, who are we offending today?" Baron groans, falling back onto the rug dramatically. "I'm being outvoted. My opinion means nothing in my own home." "You'll get used to it," Chloe and I say in perfect unison. We spend the next hour like this, the 3 of us on the floor, playfully debating the delicate politics of wedding seating. Baron, it turns out, is a secret sentimentalist, insisting we move a quiet cousin to a more lively table so she won't feel left out. Chloe, as my maid of honor, takes her duties with a seriousness that is both hilarious and deeply touching, vetoing any placement that doesn't have maximum gossip potential. "You know," she says, holding up a sample invitation with our names on it in elegant, swirling script. "If you think about it, none of this would have happened if you just typed your own address correctly." We all go quiet for a moment, the weight of her words settling in the sunny room. I look from Chloe's smiling face to Baron, who is watching me with an expression of such profound love it makes my heart ache. That drunken, sad girl, alone in her empty apartment on Christmas, I say thickly. I never would have believed she'd end up here. "I would have," Baron says quietly, his hand finding mine, his fingers lacing with mine. "I was just waiting for you to find your way next door." Later that night, the night before our wedding, the apartment is quiet. The planning materials are neatly packed away. We're standing on the balcony, the warm summer air a gentle caress against my skin. The city glitters below us, a familiar, beautiful backdrop to our story. Baron wraps his arms around me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. We stand in a comfortable silence, just watching the river of lights. "Are you scared?" he asks, his voice a low murmur against my ear. I think about the question. The old me, the girl who built a fortress around her heart, would have been terrified. She would have been looking for the exit, the escape clause. But tonight, there is no fear. There is only a deep, unshakable peace, a feeling of coming home. I lean my head back against his chest. "No," I say, and the word is the truest thing I've ever said. There's nothing to be scared of anymore. He turns me in his arms to face him. He cups my face in his hands, his thumbs gently stroking my cheeks. "Tomorrow, I get to make you my wife," he says, his voice thick with a love that still, after all this time, takes my breath away. "And I promise you, Lakeisha Edwards, I will spend every day for the rest of our lives making you happy. You already do, I whisper. He leans down and kisses me, a slow, deep, heartfelt promise under the summer stars. A promise of forever.
Chapter 33. Baron. For a man who can stare down a federal judge without blinking, you look terrified. I glance at my best man, Kincaid, in the reflection of the mirror. He's lounging on the sofa of the hotel suite, a glass of champagne in hand, looking entirely too pleased with himself. A slow grin spreads across my face. Not terrified, I say, adjusting the knot of my black silk bow tie. Just finished. Kincaid raises an eyebrow. Finished? Buddy, your life is just getting started. No, I say, turning from the mirror to face him. The suit is perfect. The day is perfect. The fight is finished. The chase is over. All the nonsense. It's done. Everything from here on out is just peace. The word feels foreign and perfect on my tongue. Peace. I look at the man in the mirror. The sharp, restless energy that has defined me for my entire adult life is gone. The constant, grinding hum of regret that has been my shadow for 8 years has vanished. In its place is a profound, unshakable calm. I'm no longer the haunted, arrogant prick who let the best thing in his life slip through his fingers. I'm the man who got a second chance, a miracle, and I'm not going to waste a single second of it. There's a soft knock on the door. One of Lake's army of wedding assistants, a young woman with a headset and a clipboard who looks like she could command a small army, steps inside. "This is for you, Mr. Norwood," she says, handing me a thick, cream-colored envelope. My name is written on the front in Lake's elegant, familiar script. My breath catches. I wait until the assistant has gone, the door clicking softly shut behind her before I break the wax seal. Inside is a single piece of heavy cardstock. "Norwood, you're probably expecting something sentimental. Don't worry, I'm saving all that for my vows, which are legally binding and will destroy you in the best way. But for now, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for being patient when I was terrified. Thank you for being strong when I was falling apart. And thank you for seeing the woman I was trying so hard to be, and for loving her until she finally had the courage to become her. I'll see you at the altar. Try not to pass out. Yours always, Lake." A laugh, thick with an emotion that feels a lot like tears, escapes me. I read the note again, my fingers tracing her name. Yours, always. 2 words that hold my entire world. I stand at the altar, the scent of 1,000 white roses and gardenias filling the air. The room is a masterpiece of her design, elegant, timeless, and full of a quiet, breathtaking magic. Our friends and family are a sea of smiling faces. I see my father in the front row, a rare, genuine smile on his face as he gives me a small, approving nod. Across the aisle, Chloe is dabbing her eyes with a tissue. I am not nervous. A man who is about to get everything he has ever wanted has no reason to be nervous. I'm just waiting. Every second is an eternity. Then the string quartet changes its melody. The music shifts, a soft, beautiful, achingly familiar tune filling the room. It's the song we danced to at the Christmas ball, the song that was playing when I told her our future had begun. The entire room rises to its feet, every head turning toward the back of the aisle. And then I see her. The world doesn't just narrow, it ceases to exist. There is no music. There are no guests. There is only her. She's standing at the end of the aisle, a vision in ivory silk. The dress is simple, elegant, clinging to her perfect curves before flowing out around her feet. Her beautiful hair is down, a glorious cloud of soft curls adorned with a few delicate, fresh flowers. Her skin, her beautiful brown skin, glows in the soft afternoon light streaming through the windows. But it's her face that undoes me. She's not smiling a polite, bridal smile. She's looking at me, only at me, and her face is alight with a love so pure, so powerful. It feels like the sun has just risen in the room. She begins to walk down the aisle, her eyes never leaving mine. With every step she takes, another piece of the old, broken me falls away. Every step is a promise. Every step is a forgiveness. Every step is bringing my future, my life, my entire soul home to me. I'm vaguely aware that my best man is nudging my arm, that there are tears on my face that I have no memory of shedding. I don't care. All I can see is her, the woman I lost, the woman I found, the woman who saved me from myself. She reaches the altar, a universe of unspoken promises passing between us in a single, breathless look. She places her hand in mine. Her skin is warm, her grip is sure. It's the safest sensation I've ever felt. Our eyes lock. The ceremony is about to begin.
Chapter 34. Lake. The doors to the ceremony hall swing open. A hush falls over the room, and then the string quartet begins to play. It's a soft, beautiful, achingly familiar melody. The song we danced to at the Christmas ball. The song that was playing when he told me our future had begun. My father, his hand tucked securely in the crook of my arm, gives me a gentle squeeze. Ready, sweetie? I take a deep breath, the air fragrant with the scent of 1,000 white roses and gardenias. My heart is a hummingbird in my chest, a wild, beautiful, joyous flutter. For my entire adult life, I have been a woman armored in control, my greatest fear to be seen, to be vulnerable. And now, I am walking into a room full of people, toward the one man who has ever been able to see right through me, and I don't remember a time when I felt more fearless. I look up, and my eyes find him. The world ceases to exist. There is no music. There are no guests. There is only Baron. He's standing at the altar, a vision in a perfectly tailored black tuxedo, his eyes locked on mine, and he is crying. Silent tears stream down his handsome face, and he makes no move to wipe them away. The sight of his raw, unguarded emotion, of this powerful, confident man so completely undone by the sight of me, shatters the last microscopic shard of fear in my soul. This is real. This is forever. I start walking, my steps steady and sure on the rose-petal-strewn aisle. My eyes never leave his. I see the boy from Ibiza, full of cocky charm and a surprising depth. I see the ruthless lawyer who terrified me and protected me in equal measure. And I see the man he is today. The man who patiently and relentlessly tore down my walls, not with force, but with a quiet, unwavering love. When I reach the altar, my father kisses my cheek and places my hand in Baron's. His skin is warm. His grip is sure. It's the safest feeling I've ever had. He squeezes my hand, his thumb stroking over my knuckles, and I see a universe of unspoken promises in his tear-filled eyes. We turn to the officiant, but we never stop looking at each other. The ceremony passes in a beautiful, dreamlike haze until it's time for our vows. Baron takes both of my hands in his gaze so intense it feels like he's looking directly into my soul. Lakeisha, he begins, his voice thick and a little unsteady. For 8 years, I lived with a ghost. The memory of the girl I let slip away, the single greatest mistake of my life. I was a boy who didn't understand what he'd found, and I spent every day since regretting the man I was, but finding you again. His voice cracks, and he takes a shaky breath. Finding you again wasn't just a second chance. It was a resurrection. You resurrected the man I was always meant to be. He squeezes my hands. You are my partner, my equal, my entire world. I promise to spend the rest of my life making up for the time we lost. I promise to be your shield and your sword. I promise to cherish your strength and protect your heart. I promise to love you fiercely and completely for all the days of my life. I was a fool to let you go once. I will never make that mistake again. Tears are streaming down my own face now, but they are tears of pure, unadulterated joy. I take the piece of paper I so carefully prepared, the vows I rewrote a dozen times to be perfect, and I let it fall to the floor. I don't need it. I just need to speak the truth. Baron, I say, my voice trembling but clear. For my entire life, I believed that being strong meant being alone. I built a fortress around my heart, and I called it a career. I called it independence, but it was a prison. And I was the only prisoner. It was safe, and it was lonely, and I thought that was my story. I look at him, at this incredible man who saw through my armor from the very beginning. And then you came crashing back into my life. You didn't just knock on the door of my fortress. You took a sledgehammer to the walls. You challenged me. You infuriated me. And you protected me. You showed me that real strength isn't about building walls. It's about having the courage to let them down. You didn't just make me feel safe, Baron. You became my home. A choked sob breaks from my chest. I love you. I have loved you since a summer in Ibiza, and I will love you for the rest of our lives. You are my home. We exchange rings, our hands trembling, our eyes locked. The beautiful, simple gold bands feel like a promise made tangible. By the power vested in me, the officiant says, her voice warm and smiling, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride. Baron pulls me to him, his hands cupping my face with a reverence that makes me weak in the knees. He kisses me, a slow, deep, soulful kiss that is not about passion, but about promise. It's a kiss of forever, of a family, of a new beginning. When he finally pulls back, the sound of the room rushes back in, a roar of applause, of cheers from our loved ones. He takes my hand, his new wedding band warm and solid against my skin, and we turn to face our future. We walk back down the aisle, hand in hand, beaming, our faces wet with happy tears, surrounded by the people we love. It's not just a happy ending, it's a perfect beginning.
Chapter 35. Baron. The wedding reception is a joyous, beautiful blur, a whirlwind of champagne, heartfelt toasts for my father that almost make me cry, and a dance floor that never empties. But through it all, my focus is singular. Lake, my wife. The word is a miracle, a victory, a prayer answered. I watch her move through the crowd she so masterfully commanded, her midnight blue reception dress shimmering, her smile lighting up the entire goddamn room. She is a queen. And tonight, this is her coronation. We share our first dance, a slow, beautiful ballad that feels like the entire world is holding its breath just for us. I hold her in my arms, the scent of her perfume, and the thousands of white roses she chose filling my senses. I love you, Mrs. Norwood, I murmur against her temple. I love you too, she whispers back, her voice thick with happy tears. We finally escape just after midnight, slipping out a side door to a waiting car, the cheers of our friends and family following us out into the cool autumn night. The ride to the hotel is a blur of frantic, happy kisses, of her laughter against my mouth, of my hands tangled in her beautiful hair. The door to the honeymoon suite swings open, and the breath catches in my throat. Lake was in charge of this, a secret she kept from me, and it is a masterpiece. The room is a garden. There are flowers everywhere, hundreds, maybe thousands of white roses and gardenias spilling from vases, their sweet, intoxicating scent hanging heavy in the air. The vast space is lit only by the soft, flickering glow of at least 100 candles, their light dancing off the polished floors and glass walls that overlook the glittering city.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We have forever now, Lake, I whisper into the quiet of the room. She stirs, a soft, sleepy smile on her face. She reaches for me, her hand finding mine in the darkness. She brings it to her lips and kisses my new wedding band. Forever, she murmurs before snuggling closer into my arms, finally, completely at home.
Epilogue. Lake. 2.5 years later, the snow is falling again. Big, fat, lazy flakes drift down outside the panoramic windows of our penthouse, blanketing the city in a peaceful, pristine white. 3 years ago, this view was a lonely, glittering expanse. Tonight, it feels like the backdrop to a perfect snow globe, and I am standing right in the center of it. Our Christmas tree, a magnificent, slightly too large Fraser fir that Barron insisted was stately, twinkles in the corner, its branches heavy with a mix of his mother's antique glass ornaments and the quirky modern ones I've collected. The apartment, once 2 separate, sterile cages of glass and unpacked boxes, is now one sprawling, warm home. Our home. Soft rugs cover the cool marble floors. The shelves are filled with books and framed photos. Us on our wedding day, on our honeymoon in Italy, a candid shot of Chloe making a ridiculous face at the reception. I'm curled up on our deep, comfortable sofa, a mug of steaming peppermint tea warming my hands, and I'm watching my husband. Baron Norwood, the most ruthless and feared litigator in the city, is on his knees on the floor, surrounded by an intimidating array of wooden slats, mysterious hardware, and a set of instructions written in what appears to be Martian. He is at war with a flat-pack baby crib, and he is losing. "What is a camlock?" he mutters, trying to force a wooden peg into a hole that is clearly too small. His hair is a mess from running his hands through it in frustration. "This is a violation of the Geneva Convention. I could sue." A soft laugh escapes me, and I shift on the couch, my hand coming to rest on the high, taut curve of my belly. The baby gives a lazy, powerful kick in response, a secret communication just for me. 9 months pregnant, my own special delivery due any day now, and I have never felt more beautiful or more at peace. Baron looks up, his work forgotten, a look of pure, unguarded adoration on his face that still, after all this time, makes my breath catch. "You okay?" "We're perfect," I say, my voice soft. He smiles, a slow, easy thing that makes the laugh lines around his eyes crinkle. He looks from my face to my belly, and his expression softens even more. My brilliant, fierce, possessive husband, brought to his knees by a piece of nursery furniture. I've never loved him more. The doorbell buzzes, a sharp, cheerful sound that cuts through the quiet peace of the evening. "I'll get it," Baron says, extricating himself from the crib wreckage with a groan. He returns a moment later, holding a large, elegantly wrapped gift box. There's a small card attached. "It's from Chloe," he says, a grin already on his face. "This should be good." He sets the box on the floor in front of me, and we open it together. Inside, nestled in a bed of tissue paper, is a tiny, impossibly soft white baby onesie, and embroidered across the front in elegant silver script are the words, "Special Delivery." We both laugh. It's perfect. "You know," Baron says, His voice a low, thoughtful rumble as he picks up the tiny garment, holding it in his large hands. One wrong delivery changed my entire life. I look at him, at the father of my child, my husband, my home. Mine too, I whisper. He looks from the onesie to my belly, a look of profound wonder on his face. And now we're waiting on another one, the most important one of all. He comes over to the couch, the laughter subsiding into a warm, loving smile. He kneels in front of me, his large, warm hands coming to rest on my pregnant belly. Just as his palm makes contact, the baby gives another strong, definitive kick right into his hand. Baron's breath hitches. His eyes, full of a wonder so profound it makes my own eyes burn, meet mine. "Hey there," he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. His gaze directed at my stomach. "Can't wait to meet you." He leans in, his forehead resting against mine. The scent of him, the feel of his hands on me, the quiet, steady love radiating from him. It's the safest I have ever felt. "I love you, Lake," he murmurs against my lips. "I love you too," I whisper back, the words as easy and natural as breathing. He kisses me, a slow, deep, soulful kiss that holds all the promises of our future. It's a kiss of forever, of a family, of a love story that started with the wrong delivery and ended up being the most right thing in the world.